Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary, finery, everybody else in the audience. Good morning, welcome. It is, wow, December already. Who let that happen without telling me? Oh, let's see here. 5th of December. One day off of Pearl Harbor Day, if I recall correctly, for those folks in the United States. And in Japan. Interestingly enough, I know several folks in Japan. And Pearl Harbor Day is considered something that they all kind of stare at over there as a classic example of going the wrong way. So yeah, welcome. God King Hawk. I always prefer to go wide than deep, but if you'd like to donate, I won't say no. And I will be careful to let everyone know where the largesse comes from. So yeah. Either way, it is much appreciated. For me, it's you know, particularly I seem to get a lot of new streamers in here. Oh, that's very kind of you, sir. Thank you. Um, and I tend to get a fair number of new players drop in here eventually, and so for them, you know, exactly. That's exactly it. Spread the love. Um, to me, it's the love him, hate him, whatever. One of my favorite quotes from Sir Richard Branson is, money's kind of like bullshit. If you leave it in a pile, it starts to stink, but if you spread it around, you can do some real good with it. So I try and spread it around, and make sure that folks who need just to get a little bit more fun out of the game can. Yeah, for sure. So thank you for being part of that. Let me know if you got a minute to talk shop. I'd love your insight into something. Um, all right. Oh, early morning here on early morning here on Mattis from the looks of it. What's going on here? What is going on? Uh, zap that. Okay. There. Well, see, that's my take on it too. Um, you know. Hey, good morning, KJ. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Hope you're feeling better. Oh, just the bit with Swervin. A bunch of folks claiming to be Legion took some serious offense at Swervin, and him looked at the video we posted, and the only thing as far as I can tell, y'all should be pissed off at me, and so I'm just wondering why him, not me, and if him, what's the real story? Because none of it makes sense to me. You know, um, and couple boys, couple folks claiming to be Legion, accusing other orgs of having developers in them when you know all the evidence I've seen is to the contrary, and it just honestly it seems to be the worst side of the whole thing, and I was just wondering what the hell was going on because
Albatross systems ready.
when nothing makes sense, it probably means I don't know something, right? That's the way I look at it. All right, let's flight control systems back on. A script error. My. Okay, that's because the data is sold. It doesn't count anymore. Let's see here. Sort by distance. Gonna have to do a few runs there and back again today. Oh, my brakes are still on. That ain't helping. God, I'm dummy. There we are, 500 and climbing. And I was an extra dummy and didn't check my fuel stat before I left. So we're just going to turn this thing around right away, put it back on the deck, and refuel. What are you up to today, KJ? Working on your book, or are you still in are you still in the convalescing stage? And my audio seems to be completely hosed here, so I'll fix that when I land too. Fair enough. Um, Yeah, just so it was clear, because every once in a while when I ramble, I don't make any sense. I was actually trying to say that I disagreed with some of the commentary that had been made, and that um, Legion was in fact innocent of accusations that the reason that they had been able to achieve anything in game was because of developer influence. And that I, as a result of conversations with folks like you, considered it actually kind of bloody barking insulting, and I was kind of hoping that had come out without having to say it in that English. That, you folks work hard for what you do. You earned everything you got. Um, quote honestly. To borrow the quote from the original Top Gun movie, PvP is about combat. There are no points for second place. And there seemed to be an awful lot of people who figured that the only way they could justify their losses was by accusing, folks who worked hard at what they did, of some kind of outside influence, be it in PvP or then in the PvE stuff where I knew you folks had been working very hard. So yeah, I was trying to say, and what I believe Swerven was agreeing to, was that accusations like that didn't do anybody any good. That you folks didn't deserve it, and as a result of the experiences within Eve, that that's Nova Quark, if anything, was overly cautious about that. That for a very long time, um, player, staff play had been very heavily restricted about what they could and could not do and who they could and could not play with. Like, I know I've been, as a result of my involvement with the weekly thing that's going on, the Novian Challenge, I've wound up speaking to a couple of NQ folks directly, and a couple of them have commented that they actually don't do as well in game as a lot of people might think, because they can't join organizations and they can't org up as a bunch of Nova Quark players. They have to play solo, which is the worst way to play the game, as you know. So, yeah, so if it came across as anything but, then I would like to go on the record right here as saying that what I was attempting to convey was that anybody who was claiming that Legion hadn't got what they earned by hard work and psychological warfare, but I mean, that's all part of the game, then bluntly they're full of it, and I can prove it. Or I have proof, personal proof to my satisfaction. And as a content creator, my reputation is everything. So, if I can't be trusted, then my content can't be trusted. So, statement of the obvious.
Landing mode engaged.
And people that want to cast aspersions at other organizations in the spirit of being poor losers, in game, all you're doing is outing yourself as someone that can't cope, as far as I'm concerned. If you think that the only way that Legion can win, or anyone else can win, is by cheating, because that's what it is, that is the experience of Band of Brothers in Eve. They were cheating, and that's how Band of Brothers rose to ascendancy. We all know that. That was what it was I was talking about. Then you're accusing people of cheating, and if that's the only way that you figure someone can beat you, then you're really talking more about you than about them, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't mean you, God King, or you, Legion. I'm talking about the folks who are going to make those accusations against orgs like Legion. So, just so the air has been clear, and I believe that is what um, Swerven was agreeing with. So I don't think he was intending to bag on Legion. I believe he was attempting to support my thoughts, and those are my thoughts, restated. Hey there, Orbity. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. I was a little bit upset, actually, about the bit with Swerven and folks railing on him, because while, yeah, he, certainly as streamers go, he's much more the are we still talking? No, I am beginning to talk about, and the reason for that is because I only found out about it last night. Okay, no, that's legit. You just want Legion left out of the podcast. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Incidentally, um, that podcast actually started out as a conversation that occurred between me and myself and Leroy. The name was something he and I kind of collabed, sort of by accident, as trying to describe what it was we collectively needed. And Leroy then, because it's what Leroy does, ran to the person he figured would be most, well, didn't run, but after a little while decided that, he was too busy and I wasn't able to do things. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. I'll wait for you. What is going on with the sound on this thing? Yeah. All right. Welcome back. What I was saying was that, interestingly enough, the No Friendly podcast has got a bit of a funny story to it. It's actually a comment I used. The title comes from a conversation that myself and Leroy of Starlantis fame were having. And I had said was that what we needed was a no friendly, some kind of podcast where friendly fire wasn't legal, or some kind of discussion or something like that, where a bunch of folks like Leroy could get together with others of that, that level of play in the game, folks who are sort of seeing it at a different level, and perhaps beginning players and other things. And the rules were that you weren't allowed to bag on the game. You had to talk about other stuff. And, quote, no friendly fire. Leroy, because he's Leroy, took that a couple of weeks later and realized that it wasn't going to happen, because I was too busy, he was too busy, blah, blah. Went to Swerven, as far as I understand it anyway, went to Swerven and said, this is a great thing, you should do this. And Swerven said, hey, that's a great thing, I should do that. And that's where the idea and the title comes from. And that's why, Leroy and I were two of the first people invited out on it. So the actual title, No Friendly Fire, comes from, is actually, quote, mine, but not really. It's a group effort. Oh, yeah, so here's the thing, though, is that to me, the bonsai thing. And this is a funny one, because... So I think and this is just going to be a suggestion going forward, I think what needs to happen is very much in the way that, you know, some people have to say, you go out on the internet and you see people posting on, X or Blue Sky or Spoutable, and one of the, they've got a tag in their thing saying, opinions expressed are mine, not my employer. And, I think Legion folks probably, because the way Legion is viewed, probably need to be a little more clear about when they're talking about their opinion. Versus when they're talking as Legion. And I say that
All the
because,
cross systems ready.
again, with the thing with the bonsai, as far as I know, it wasn't Legion that had that attitude problem. It was a couple of players. The problem is that Legion players tend to speak as Legion all the time, or that's the way they're heard. Versus, saying, hey, I'm pissed off as me versus pissed off as Legion. A lot of people will bark at the Mittani, for example, in EVE, but at the same question, everyone understands he's the mouthpiece for the organization. If Mittani's not talking, it's not the org talking. That's the beauty of having a PR officer, if you will. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that could benefit everyone, is just being a little bit more clear, not just Legion, others too, about who's talking. That's part of the reason I'm... Alright, fair enough. I don't actually recall Nyota mentioning Legion being annoyed. I thought what she said was some players, but... Yeah, and I understand the idea that if it looks like there's a policy and it's not being handled fairly, then, it should be handled fairly. I also think that there's probably way too many people who don't go read. If it's not written down, it's not policy. I mean, that's just a rule. That's a rule everywhere I've ever been. And I've been hanging out on the internet since a variation of a precursor to the thing that was before the internet, since 1986. If it's not written down, it didn't happen. Pixar didn't happen. The modern take on it, right? And so, yeah, as for your remark, Orbidity, I think, so there's two comments I just want to address coming from you, Orbidity. I do want to keep it polite because, we're all hanging out. It's a game we all enjoy playing here, and that's what I want to talk about more, is the community in the game. I think the problem with PvP is that it isn't PvP, and that's the problem with the mechanics. It's actually not any different than the system that everyone adores about EVE. It's almost copied whole cloth from EVE, interestingly enough. And it's mislabeled over there. Everyone calls it PvP, and it's not. It's not player versus player, generally speaking, unless you're flying stealth bombers or you're scouting, at which point there's a little bit of player versus player in it. It's character versus character. And that's, I think, the part that nobody likes, is that it's push-button warfare. It's warfare as fought today by navies in the 20th century. I fire a harpoon at a target, aim three times the distance to the horizon. It dies. I have no idea what happened on the other end. It's D-class now. So I will tell you a part of a story. But there was a day I thought I had killed 250 people for no other greater sin than they simply had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and my government didn't like that. We got word that a non-friendly nation was moving a substantial piece of asset into a region we were in, and that it posed a direct threat to the operations that we were part of, and we were going to kill that unit. So we steamed out of our host nation's territorial waters and international waters. We did a clearing procedure. We got over the horizon targeting data from allied assets. We set up and we proceeded to count down to firing 8, not 1, not 2, but 8 Harpoon missiles at this ship. And so now, for those of you who don't understand, you fire what's called a ribald salvo. You fire 4 of them, you turn the ship the other way, you fire 4 more. And the idea is that the enemy anti-missile defenses just simply get overwhelmed. Too many targets, not enough ammunition. Every one of those warheads would have wrecked the target we were firing at. 2 of them would have blown it to pieces. 4 of them was just us saying, fuck off, we don't want you here. So we fired 8. Or that's what we thought happened, right down to the 5, 4, 3, and then the captain said, stop the game, and everyone looked at him. Because nobody in the operations room but the captain did not know that this was not a real thing. We all went through the process of clearing the range, etc., etc. And my job was to confirm the math via third-party system that said, yes, those are the numbers that will strike the target. And the vessel in question carried 300-odd sailors on board, plus aviators. And to the best of my knowledge, when I said, yes, range is clear, go shoot, what I had just done was killed 350 people. Now, the fact that that ship didn't exist, nor did the entire environment, is irrelevant. The point is that none of those people on either end of that equation really had any fighting chance about anything that was going to happen. There was no chivalry in that moment. We were going to hit them blind before they got into range of their weapons. We were not going to give them a chance to be a problem. We were going to overwhelm them in such a way that they were not going to be warned. They were going to be a bunch of men drowning and burning and boiling oil in water. There's no chivalry there. And that is the warfare, I hate to be like this, that is simulated in this game. And EVE, I suppose, cruise missile warfare is a thing in EVE. Stealth bombers are a thing in EVE. Doomsday weapons firing blasts 100 kilometers long is a thing in EVE. So I'm just watching the conversation here in chat. I would like it, just as a reminder, please keep it respectful. It's okay to be blunt, just as long as you're respectful about being blunt. I would also say that, and this isn't a warning, it's a comment, do not say that org did this. Say that member of org did this. And the reason I say that is because there's a lot of rumors going around about things that org did. And I'm saying org because I've heard several things said about the same thing, said about several different orgs. But when you do exactly what Hawk is doing right now, which is, okay, what member was it? Nobody can tell you. And without a member name, someone to go back to internally, the org is left with an accusation that it cannot police. Because one of two things is true. The org either approved of it or did not approve of it. Okay, so the name's just been put in chat. Not going to repeat it here. But if that's the case, then it's up to the organization to say that was a sanctioned action or it was not a sanctioned action. If it was not sanctioned, it is up to the organization to take punitive action. Because if an org member does something, the org is responsible. That's the point. Hey KJ, appreciate it. I hope you're feeling better. I know I know this isn't your kind of chat, but I think it's just the air needs to get cleared a little bit, so we're having it. Well, hang on a second. So here's the thing, Hawk. So if that's not what happened, Hawk, do us a favor and clear the air. What did happen? Because obviously there's a misunderstanding. that, an exploit was used and the player in question got away with it. So if they didn't and Legion knew about it, what happened? And I'm asking this because I want to know, so that the next time I hear this particular rumor, I can say, look, I was talking to Hawk, that's not what happened. The blueprint was gotten in beta. Okay, so I have to ask the question, why hasn't that been said before? And I'm not just asking you, by the way, Hawk. I'm asking every org manager. If your organization is accused of an exploit, why don't you just say the truth right away? Or is it clear the record right away? And you can take the easy route and say, well, because no one believes us anyway. But we're having this conversation right now because, at the end of the day, I'm at least willing to listen to the other side of the story. But if there is no other side of the story, all we have is the misinformation. And that's not useful to anybody because it poisons the game. It creates circumstances where everybody has a distrust of how truthful and how honest the game is. And that's my concern about this stuff, by the way. I actually find that's why think these are important conversations to have, and the reason I brought it up on my stream as a result of what's going on with Swervin is because, right or wrong, this is some poison in the bloodstream of the game. This is something that isn't helping anybody. If you're going to post something, Hawk, let me know. I will give you, before you do, so I can permit you. Because again, if this is just, for lack of a better way of putting it, a bunch of salt that's talking crap. So, Orbidity, it's actually, so they can't do that. I don't know of a single gaming company that will openly talk about internal investigations about cheats, exploits, etc. Nor will they talk about actions. In fact, 10 years ago, I specifically remember having reported a player in World of Warcraft for making rape threats. And what I got back a form letter saying that they were going to investigate it. They thanked me for the screen caps and logs and blah blah blah. But they would not confirm, deny, answer questions about the outcome of the investigation, nor any auctions. So, and that, by the way, that's company policy for every gaming company I know. They will not, because the EU considers that a breach of privacy, and the company would be liable, and possibly, depending on circumstance, up for either slander or libel, depending on the media's brought forward. Nobody's going to get into that. So nobody. And it's not that NQ is being negligent. They're being prudent, particularly as a company in the EU. They live under this blanket. And keep in mind that Blizzard is an American company, and they have the same policy. So it's not EU foolishness.
Landing mode engaged.
It's reality. So, rumor, yeah, and see, this is the reason I get so damn mad about stuff like, well, not mad, irritated about stuff like this, is because there's a certain class of people who know that they can make accusations that cannot be defended against because the defense materials are under covenant, for lack of a better way of putting it. To use a legal description, they are under covenant. So when someone makes an accusation, that is the reason the first thing I always say is, can I see your proof? And if they say, well, no, well, okay, Orbidity. I don't know who Deviant is, by the way, and I don't know what stuff is. Pissed off hundreds of players is a pretty big statement for a game that officially either only has 12 players or has 1,000, but either way, that's a real big number. Hijacked an org. Well, okay, I have to ask the question. Why is this considered cool and funny in EVE, and it's a problem here? If you spy... Yes. Corporate, hostile takeovers have a whole other meaning in games like EVE and Dual Universe. And this isn't new. Okay, so that is a player's misbehavior, and I will agree that probably Legion should have stood up, put their hand up and said, we think this shit's funny as hell, but he did it, not us. That was him acting as him, not us. And I think there needs to be a lot more of that goes on. And I'm saying Legion because that's who we're talking about, but I think that applies to everybody. Starlantis, for example, Leroy is very clear that when he's out PvPing, he's doing it on an alt that has nothing to do with Starlantis, and that unless he's logged in as Leroy, it ain't him. Regardless of who you think it might be, it ain't him. And that's important because otherwise we get in these ridiculous situations where orgs are getting blamed for... where an entire group of people are getting blamed for one person. Now, by the way, this sounds a whole lot like another thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm pointing at a word here in the dictionary. When you describe one group of people by the actions of an individual, and you say they're all like that. No, that is the way some people are taught to work. It is not an innate behavior. We actually have psychological studies about that. You actually have to train humans, generally speaking, to extrapolate to large group objects. There's tribalism basically stops at about a boundary of about 100 people. And a lot of research suggests that it is actually human nature to cooperate, which is the reason that most humans react so strongly to breaches of trust. We're also hardwired for villages. We're capable of keeping track of about 250 relationships. I'm going to say that perhaps that's the way you look at the universe, sir. I'm not going to agree that it is a universal constant, that everyone operates that way, but I will say it is something that is unfortunate enough that it does need to be defended against. I will agree against that. I will agree with that. That there are enough people for whom that is the default setting. Yep. Because Legion was not actually an organization, correct? Legion was an alliance. Right. So blaming Legion, that's kind of like blaming NATO for something that the United States did in Georgia. And I mean the state of Georgia. Yeah, like, to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because I actually looked, I was looking for Legion actually, and realized I couldn't find a, that Legion was a meta organization, if you were, that it was an alliance. I think I will go on the record, by the way, since we're hanging out here and chatting, and I will be uploading this to YouTube later. That I do believe that Legion, by the way, is and continues to be and was an important part of Dual Universe, and possibly not for the reason that most people would agree to. One sec here. I say that because I think every story needs a villain. Legion, for good, bad, ugly, made excellent. Yes, people hate because they're told to. Statistically, people hate because they're told to. They are given information which leads them to believe that some greater slight affecting the greater longevity of the group has been perpetrated, and they are told that and they are taught to hate. And again, this is studies into racism and things like that. Oh, look at that! Use the R word! So we are prone to anger. Hatred is a next level thing. And so I guess, you could argue that part of the equation is, if I'm a player and I see someone, quote, hating, it is in my responsibility then it is my responsibility, it's your responsibility to correct these issues when we see them. Like Hawk says, hate's a choice. I used to be a fairly hateful person, by the way. Pretty instinctively, in fact. And I think that more people, I think, need to realize that hate doesn't help anybody. It ruins a lot of fun and makes it impossible to have fun with a lot of cool people. I also think that
Albatross systems ready.
If you're gonna brand everybody for one asshole's actions, yeah, but you can turn that around, though, Orbidity. I think some people should stop being so ready to hate groups for the actions of one person. If one person's being an asshole, call out the asshole. Make it understood that asshole's behavior is unacceptable. Do not blame a group of people who may or may not even know the asshole for what just happened. Do you see how that works? And I'm not, we're having this conversation, so I'm speaking to you, but, to everyone in the audience who may be catching this now or future podcast, VOD, whatever, this is a better way to live your life. Just trust me on this. Assholes are not to be tolerated. Groups of people should not be presumed to be assholes until you've run into a lot of them personally. And hearing from George that Sam said that Sally saw is not personally. It's hearsay. Nope, that's not how that works. Sorry, Orbidity. By that definition, then, a baby born in Georgia in the United States are war criminals because of Kissinger. I think that's unreasonable. I think that while we must respect and understand the sins of the father, see Germany, that I also think that perhaps that at some point we have to say, has an individual's actions indicated an unwillingness to participate in the sins of the father? Because otherwise we can't trust Germans. We can't trust the Japanese. Almost 100 years on, these would be groups of people that we could not trust. And yet, we know that's not the case. So at some point, the sins of the father must be forgiven. And we must have an understanding that individuals are responsible for their actions, and they are responsible to call out the contemporary actions of others. That is true. But it is also incumbent on individuals Orbidity, I think at this point you're being unreasonable. I don't yeah. Well, yeah, but the point is you don't know if everyone in Legion was I. And Orbidity, that is all right. I'm actually going to ask that both of you two put the conversation down. And I'll tell you why. Because at this point, this is not a discussion, it's an argument. And arguments are about saving face, they are not about learning and exchanging information. So, put it down for now. I actually completely... This is going to sound stupid. One of those things about running... about not being in an organization, which is something I do intentionally. Well, I am part of an organization, but that's just because they have warp beacons. I'm part of the Move network, so technically I am part of an organization, but it's because that org has warp beacons. That, to me at least... I wind up in this situation where I have to have more tiles than I can keep. So I don't have enough charges to handle all the tiles I have. So what I do is I calibrate the tiles for the things I need. So what I did, and this is going to sound stupid, this is going to sound so daft, but I forgot I owned chromite tiles. So, I'm actually out looking at a bunch of chromite tiles on, Mattis, that I'd forgotten I owned and haven't calibrated in a month. So, once I get that done, probably going back up to the station. And I'm actually do have a question for you, Hawk. If someone wants to get started in PvP, solo prowling, would you recommend an S core or an M core or? Oh, yep. Okay, so. Yeah, well, yeah, because at this point, the gold rush is on. Okay, cool. Yeah. So here's a question for you. Given the Wild West frontier that has just emerged as a result of the police force withdrawing its services, what do you recommend for someone who wants to get started into PvP? S core or an M core? I know that. For solo play. If I just want to go prowling, get into a few shoot ups. L core, really? Single pilot L core? Okay. All right. Is there a tech barrier? As in, does it have to be advanced weapons? Or can you get, for training wheels, can you get away with uncommon? Or do you basically have to go advanced across the board, T3? Is this a double hammer? No, it's not. Okay. I can never remember what the what the maximum volume on a rig is. Here we go. All right, take care of yourself, Orbidity. Appreciate you hanging out and chatting. Be well. Yeah, let me know when you get a chance, Hawk, if there's sort of a minimum tech barrier. You go, okay, Matt, yeah, of course. Cool, Orbidity, thank you, appreciate that. I know there are frustrations, and I know they're endemic to the mechanics of the system. I think what the player, and I don't know if there's a solution to it, because for me at least, and just commentary, I can't play first-person shooters. I just do not have the, because of my ADHD and the way it affects the way I work, I don't have the point-click reflexes required for that style of dogfight combat. So even in games like War Thunder and stuff, I tend to fly bombers. You know, things where the defenses are automated and I can focus on strategy, because that's the stuff I'm good at. If I have to, you know, no scope hip shot is not a thing I do. Okay, that just doesn't happen. And so yeah, so for me at least, it's actually my current bitch about Star Citizen, is that Squadron 42, having paid for Squadron 42 back in the day, it looks like they've gone and built a game I can't play.
Albatross systems ready.
Which kind of pisses me off. But, so for me at least, I actually like the push-button warfare aspects of games, like EVE and Dual Universe, because it allows me to, it's character, as I keep saying, it's character versus character. If I train the skills, and I bring the goods, and I understand the tactics, then I can do okay. I don't need to be somebody who can, you know, no-scope headshot from the hip. Because I know people like that, I can't play against them in games. I follow them around and I loot the stuff that they leave behind. That's all I can achieve in games like that. I like my tactical combat systems. I like games like Harpoon. Because one, you know, or DCS World, where if I get a lock onto you, you'd better know how to use your flare launcher or you're done. You know, I'm an okay shot first, you know, in a BF-109 in DC, you know, in Sturmovik, but I'm a far better bomber pilot. And so for me at least, I actually don't have a problem at all with the system. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the system. Oddly enough, I think the system is working exactly as intended. And this is going to be one of those times when I'm going to have to say something unpopular. The Care Bears need to cry less. There is a solution. I kept putting it forward when I joined, and no one wanted to do it. And that's hire combat pilots to protect non-combat assets. It really is that simple. If you want to cruise the pipe and you want to make 100 million packing 10 alts into a single ship, dragging a bunch of stuff for everyone's favorite AI overlord, maybe spend 10 million and have an escort follow you, with the idea that you're going to replace the escort's ship and pay them 10 million if they get their ass blown off making sure you make the delivery. Like, this isn't new. For example, see World War II North Atlantic. Convoy operations, folks. And I think that would be some fascinating content, by the way. Because then you get wolf packs, and then you get proper convoy or operations, and then you get some really dynamic gameplay. And then you get into all the intrigue and cool shit that goes with it about...
Landing mode engaged.
I know. Oh, I get it, Hawk. You know, I spent 12 years in the Canadian, working with the Canadian Navy, and one of those things I understand is convoy operations. If you want a good look at what, I was just gonna say, the worst part about World War II convoy operations was that they started after the beginning of World War II. We went through this in World War I, got the shit kicked out of us by German U-boats, started convoy operations, put an end to the U-boat threat, and then when World War II came around, for some reason drew the odd conclusion that we could ship massive piles of war material in individual ships straggling their asses alone through the GIUCK Gap, and they would make it. And to me, that's the equivalent of flying the pipe. It ain't gonna work. No, if you want to fly the pipe, bring 7 friends. Well, I'm just talking about convoy operations in general, real world, and the fact that those real world lessons map onto... They do 100% from where I'm sitting map onto the DU experience. Because when a professional combatant in an attack ship engages an unarmed freighter in empty area, the results are predictable. They really are. Like, if anybody's surprised about what happens next, oh, I don't know what to tell you. Is it mean? Hell yes. Is it business? Hell yes. And that's, again, I think part of what always drives me nuts. And please understand, I refer to myself as a lycanthropic Care Bear, which is annoying me enough, and eventually I will pick up a bazooka and come looking for you. But oh gosh, yes. And again, I used to FC an Eve. If your FC was shit, so was your task group, and that was the end of the game. And that's kind of like NATO, by the way. It's just, yeah. I mean, and by the way, I think it was amazing that you folks got some 60v60s to happen, even if those battles were lopsided. Because at the end of the day, militia versus regular military, history tells us what happens all the time, up to 2-to-1 odds, incidentally. Militia loses. And so militias are never going to do as well. And that's even before we start talking about peasant infantry. And any game that allows the peasants to defeat knights has invented the longbow. And the longbow is described as a harpoon missile that is fire and forget, and results in everybody being able to obliterate everybody. And that's even less fun than someone actually needing to know what they're doing to be able to actually obliterate somebody. I don't think the game is broken. I think the problem is that it's a game largely composed of Care Bears, and I say that as a Care Bear, with a particular wolf pack hanging out in the middle of it. And every time the sheep got organized to go punch the wolves, well, they acted a whole lot like organized sheep, not organized wolves. Blaming Legion because you don't want to be because you don't want to because you don't want to get sunk by pirates while sailing off the Strait of while sailing through the Straits of Malacca or off the coast of Somalia doesn't make a lot of sense to me, really. Don't go there. If you don't want to get pirated, don't go there. Well, yeah, but that's where my contract took me. So don't take that contract. Like, why is that hard? But I had to take that contract, so why didn't you hire mercenaries? You know, which is how everybody who makes it through those areas goes. But the mercenaries are just the pirates. Okay, so you paid the Dane Guild. Did you get sunk? No? It works! Like, what do you think Lloyd's of London is, real world? It's insurance. What's insurance? Money they give you, money you pay so that you don't have to suffer the effects of bad things. What do you think paying mercenaries off is? Money you paid so you don't have to put up with the effects of bad things. Like, none of this is hard. I do have another question for you about Legion, if you don't mind fielding it. And it's just a demographics question, nothing tactics or reputation or whatever. Because I find Legion spectacular, by the way. Just the social ramifications of Legion as a player and as someone who has played MMOs. Okay, so is the majority of your pilot base EU based? Like, are the majority of your pilots from the EU? I'll explain the question once I have the answer. And if the answer is you can't answer that question, that's fine. Okay, you're Aussie. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Yes, recognizing that Legion was four different organizations operating as a combat alliance. Yeah. So your group was primarily U.S., but the majority of players in the other organizations were EU. Okay, cool. The reason I ask, well, two reasons. One is which is that a lot of people were grumbling about the reset timer always being in the EU schedule when the majority of players who wanted to punch you in the nose were American. I actually straight up told Nova Quark how to fix that. I don't know if they will or not. I think they should, but for the exact same reason that I think it's broken in EVE. But when you're playing World of Warships, which by the way is a game I play, it's just generally accepted that the dumbest thing a North American player can do is go play on the EU servers. And it's not because of ping times. It's because the Europeans take this shit way more seriously than we do. And so you get away with shit on North American servers that will get you slaughtered, summarily handed your ass on EU servers. And so I was wondering if that cultural thing was sort of crossing into here, where a largely EU-centric org was just simply taking the whole thing far more seriously and being far more organized about it. Oh, I agree with you to that, Van Herk. I do think it is unfair, but not that you were exploiting it for unfairness. I think it's just a dumb mechanic. because the whole point, to me, launching a sneak attack is pointless if you then have to schedule a rematch, right? What makes Pearl Harbor, if you epic, and I apologize to the Americans that may be offended by this, what makes Pearl Harbor epic and memorable was not that you're European. You disclaimer, Van Herk is European and not organized. Okay. What makes Pearl Harbor fascinating, so culturally traumatic, if you will, was that the giant, which was Miyamoto's remark, was caught asleep. Oh, no, please understand, God King. There is an excuse. Real life. You never know what somebody else's schedule is, and blah, blah. But I also will put out to you that if you're one of those pilots, you probably shouldn't then... And this is, again, alliances, things like that. You know, if you can't cover an entire time zone and you want to go and build a citadel in Eve, you better bloody well be part of an alliance that has somebody who's going to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because scheduling the rematch for Pearl Harbor kind of defangs the whole thing. So I think that the rematch timer, right, put, the lockdown timer, I'll call, it's officially it's the lockdown timer. I call it the rematch timer. The rematch timer, I think, is a mechanic that needs to be looked at because it does produce this incredibly daft circumstance that, that sneak attacks have to have a scheduled rematch. I think, they did that in World War II. It was called Midway, and the results were predictable.
Albatross systems ready.
Hang on, ad break. So I'm gonna ease off on the rant here for a minute. How much crap am I carrying? Actually, let's put this thing back down the pad here.
Landing mode engaged.
I just realized that this thing's running an early version of the software. I want to fix that. Okay, where's my chair here? Oh, no, see, so yeah, I agree with you, Van Herk, in just 1 sec, the ad break will be up here in 10 seconds, and I'll get back to, it's something I actually had an opportunity to discuss with someone internally. Hey, welcome back. What I had suggested was that the rematch timer, so I understand the idea, like, with Eve, this is one of those things where you have to acknowledge, and we'll talk about both Eve and DU in the same breath, because they both share the same mechanic. So, in both... Where's my... sheep dip. Okay, so the lockdown timer. The lockdown timer. So right now, the lockdown timer functions in both games that once you launch your sneak attack, the bad guys choose not to show up because it doesn't matter. You tear down the shields, and then the shield goes into lockdown. Right? And everyone gets a chance to amass their battle fleets and prep for the real match. Why? And the reason for that, of course, is because most people have day jobs, right? And so launching a sneak attack when everyone's sorting with time zones, and when George is at the office and Sally's at the dentist and blah blah blah. Okay, cool. It allows everyone a chance to go, okay, I need as many people present this time, this date. Who's available? Because as a fleet commander, I can take a look at my roster and say, I got a good idea what they're bringing. We cannot actually successfully mount this defense. What we actually have to do is scrap the base. We have to evac. I can't get enough people to muster a defense. I've seen that happen. So you just say, I'll intentionally lose this one, and I'll come back later when I have the people to do the job. You can make that call as a fleet commander. All right? To quote Napoleon Bonaparte, I'm advancing in a different direction. Yep. That's just it. The set timer always goes off a certain amount of hours later. The problem is that everyone can, but if you know that, then you can always, that it's easy to plan around. And so you can do things, and this is the cute one, Van Herk, is have an alt whose single job is to sail up to in the middle of awkward time zone and knock a shield down. Okay. So I can, and so this is a real tactic. You can actually sail up and trash the shields on your own base with an alt to put the thing in lockdown. And then, well, no one's showing up for the rematch. You're the one who picked the fight. So the base is basically in lockdown every time your intelligence organization gets whiff of a fleet of the rebel fleet massing near Solace. Okay. So what I had proposed was this, and it's real simple. There's a minimum time on the lockdown timer. Let's say 5 hours. Okay, so or 8 hours. 8 hours gives everyone time to get the word out through Discord, whatever. So your minimum lockdown time is going to be 8 hours, and then there's a random amount of time added to it. Nobody knows what the random range can be up to another 8 hours. It can be 0. No, because all that's happened is shields are down, Van Herk. The shields just come back up and you start all over again. So, what happens, so the idea would be is that you got a minimum 8-hour window to prep, and then there's another up to 8 hours that gets promulgated 4 hours into the lockdown period. So for the first 4 hours, nobody knows when the thing's coming out of lockdown. And then sometime between 8 and 16 hours later, it does come out of lockdown. This is equally unfair for everybody. Okay. One sec, folks. So I had to reinstall DU. And not because DU screwed up, but because I was replacing hard drives and rearranging stuff, and it was just faster to wipe everything and reinstall it than it was to try and move almost a terabyte of games around. So I just said, screw it, wipe my Steam directory. So hang on a second. I just realized I'm missing a bunch of stuff, and that's part of the reason my game isn't playing well here. So just one sec. A little bit of messing around I gotta do. But we'll keep talking while I'm reinstalling Albatross and stuff. Just chatting. There we go. And to me, and so just so by the way, so you're aware, one of those things I have done is tabletop game design. And so fair, yeah, and this is one of those numbers I picked. I picked the minimum 8 because that is a third of a third of a day. You add 16 hours onto that. If you add another 8 hours onto that, that's more than half a day. If you can't get your shit together in more than half a day, you're probably not really that good an organization, or you probably need to learn the lesson and be part of an alliance. I don't like the idea going that wide because that causes other problems. Again, the trick here is you want to make it fair, right? It has to be balanceable against real life. Because, people do that real life thing. And so, and that is both, and so it has to be fair for both the attacker and the defender. So it has to be fast enough that the attacker reaps a benefit from launching a sneak attack, as opposed to simply calling up, as opposed to simply playing the way the Greeks used to battle it out before the Roman legion. The Greeks, in antiquity, literally would call up their neighboring city states, say, "I'm pissed off at you. I'm sending my army after you." Okay, well, when? Well, I'm booked next Tuesday. How are you looking for Saturday afternoon? Saturday's busy. We got a harvest scheduled. Sunday? Yeah, we can do Sunday. Okay, so we'll see you at the big field just outside your city gates Sunday afternoon. Yep, sounds good. That's literally the way the Greeks did warfare. And then the attackers would show up the night before, party their asses off. The defenders would march out in the morning, having gotten a good, having been partying themselves and everything else. Both sides would set up at the opposite end of basically what amounted to a rugby field, form phalanxes, and march at each other until one side decided, we want to go bury our dead, and whoever left first lost. That's how the Greeks did warfare. That doesn't sound very fun to me. The Romans, by the way, looked at this and said, "Y'all being crazy," and watched the Greeks set up at their end of the rugby field and walked around and attacked the city from the other side, and that was that. Which is the reason the Greeks couldn't stop Rome. So, to me at least, it really does kind of. You need something that's going to be equally inconvenient for both sides, but has some value to the attacker. So, if I know my window of operations is but 8 hours wide, then, okay, so I'm going to attack at noon today. That means by 8 o'clock tonight, I have an 8 hour window of operations I have to cover as the attacker. Yep. Absolutely old school stuff. But, the problem is with that, you run into kings eventually. And it also screws up your party schedule. So yeah, so it has to be something that has some value to the attacker in that the attacker gets to choose the battle time, the battleground, right? I've got an 8-hour window that I have to be able to cover. If I can't cover that 8-hour window, I won't launch the attack, by definition. The defender shouldn't be putting things up that are worth attacking unless they are convinced that at the snap of a fingers they can muster a decent counter strike force on 8 hours notice. If you cannot muster a defense in 8 hours, don't build stuff. I mean that's the rule. To me, like I say, the best rules are the ones which are equally awkward. All right. Browse local files. There we go. And by the way, thanks for everybody for hanging out and chit-chatting and stuff. I don't think that PvP is inherently broken as it is. I think it inherently favors combat characters. Has anyone tried punching a U.S. Marine in the nose? Has anyone tried punching a member of the British SAS in the nose? Particularly as an accountant. Let me know how that works out for you. That would be non-combat character versus combat character. So, but, and that's my point, right? We want... Oh, absolutely. Like I say, I have no problem with the combat system as it exists in the game. It makes perfect sense to me that if merchants get into fight with pirates, that the pirates win. They're not really very good pirates otherwise. Like, what did you think would happen? Okay, so I need, where's where's my Discord? I need, here. There we go. Please hold. And then, Indie Hub, where, God damn it. Art, Albatross, there it is. Okay. Copy link. Okay. 243. What do we got going on here? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and I used to say this all the time. In fact, was that people would say, "Well, should I put guns on in case Legion attacks me?" And my answer was, no. You're literally just, I put guns on ships because I'm not trying to. I put guns on a couple of my ships, not because I intend to actually, destroy incoming attackers. It's because I just want them to lose money on the deal. That's it. That's it. What the hell's going on here? One sec. Something's not making fun. But if you put guns on a, if you put guns on a non-warbird, okay, those are both marked 243. Okay, that's the mistake, and that's 244. Ah, there we go. That's the one I'm looking for. Thank you. Download that, please. Thank you. And open that. No, to me, there was never any magic to Legion's superiority other than the fact that they were, well, ruthless meanies, which is exactly how you win combats. I used to be a professional ruthless meanie. All right, and then the other one I need is Aviator. Oh, why do I do that every damn time? Stars, there we go. Anyway, just interesting stuff. I think, like I say, generally speaking, the results are obvious, I guess, is the best way to put it. Hey, Jetbus. I don't think it's broken. I think it's working exactly as intended. I just think there's a sufficiently large number of people playing the game that don't want to play that game. That collectively, and I guess that's the best way of putting it, collectively, just everyone has to make the decision about what's important. Now here's a funny thing about that, God King. And this is one of these weird places that I'm actually going to disagree with you slightly. And I'll tell you why. Because it would seem to me unless all you're caring about is kills, if what you're doing is commerce rating, right? You're not there to take prizes. You're there to flare hulls into the vacuum. Well, yeah, well, then yeah, lock on, fire, no problem. For the folks who claim to be pirates, on the other hand, pirates or privateers, the value is in the hull. You actually would prefer to lock on and say, okay, you're going to die in 10 seconds, full brakes, and let me take what I want. You can carry on. That seems to make more sense. But yeah, if what you're doing is counting kills, and that's, again, not that uncommon. Hello, Eve, I'm waving at you. Stealth bomber pilot here. Stealth bomber pilot and cavalry raven commander, as well as an FC for a while. If all you care about's the kills, yeah, okay, that's legit. Lock on and fire. Modern air combat is about shooting the other guy in the back when he's out of fuel and out of ammunition. If that bothers you, don't get into modern air combat. We are not jousting on horses. If it's a fair fights are for suckers. All right. Okay, I'm gonna have to drag all this down, I guess. Do I? Hmm. By drones, what you mean is what you mean is wandering close quarter. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, respawn is free. Nobody dies anyway. I mean, it might as well be a drone fight. At the end of the day, it works out to be the same thing. All drone fights would wind up being is you can have drone fights right now. Just set up a PvP tourney and issue people ships. There you go. Everyone has to. So the way you do that is almost exactly the way the last Novian challenge worked. Pick a location out in godforsaken nowhere, drop a bunch of yeah, you know, everyone you're not, it's far enough away, and no public warp beacon, so that the only way to get there is VR. So everyone is skill 0. You issue everyone a ship. Most kills wins. It's just a better version of the Dome. Dome is just a lottery. It is just a ballot. It's just a lottery. Dome's a lottery. It's not actually a competition. You have no guarantee. You have no control over what happens to you. We need that file, and then okay, that's the gunner seat. I need hang on, I gotta grab a bunch of stuff. Okay, that's the fuel mod. Okay, I need that one. You know something? I deeply respect the work he has put into it. It's a fantastic piece of kit. But at the end of the day, and as far as I'm concerned, they're a great person for the amount of money and energy they put into it. They're providing some fantastic content, but I don't particularly hold any mythology about the Dome. Oh, I don't think I've never heard him say it's PvP. I've never heard him say that. He said it's killed more people than PvP, which I tend to agree with. Um, but I've never heard him say it's PvP. I don't think he has any illusions that it is any kind of a PvP system. It's a lottery. It's a lottery where what happens is we line every. Okay, all right, fair enough. You know, um, I and again, please understand, total respect, total props. I love the amount of money and energy and time he puts into running that. He doesn't really play the game much, as far as I know, and I could be wrong. But most of the time when but I don't. Most of the time when I see him streaming, he pops in, he runs Dome, he hangs out, and then he's off. And the next time I see him streaming, he's doing a different game. So he literally goes out of his way to keep providing this as a service, and that is mad props. Yep. I can't say I'm surprised, Orbidity. I'm sad to hear that, but I can't say I'm surprised. Um, I think there's a whole lot more that could be that as an org you folks could be doing. And there's a huge chunk of the game that hasn't been touched yet. Fair enough. Squiz posted that they're out, by the way. They're not going to renew at the end of the month. He makes a vague comment to the effect of substantial investment in the game or something like that. Hang on, let me get the quote so I'm not misquoting him because that's uncool. Tiny Factory. There we go. I won't be resubbing unless some sort of effort is put back into the game. So Squiz of Tiny Factory fame is out. And I think that's a shame. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what substantial effort is. Because I see substantial effort all the time. But I mean, if that's how they feel. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with people. I'll feel sad, but I'm not gonna argue with people about it. You know, you have. I keep saying just the opposite. In fact, if it's not fun, stop doing it. Go do something fun. Development. Okay, so what? I'm just curious, Orbidity, and not. And this isn't me throwing rocks at whatever. It's an honest question because what do you want to see developed in the game? Just one thing. I don't need a laundry list. What would be your number one item? Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, that's the reason I stopped playing Eve. I can only hack the schedule that Eve demands for about 6 months. So I play for 6 months and I leave for 2 years. And the reason I asked that question, Orbidity, by the way, and this isn't slagging, this is just an observation. There's a lot of people who say they want to see more development, more content. I say, okay, say like what? Because I don't know. Like, the game isn't feature complete. I have that sense too. I have this feeling the game is not feature complete, but I don't know what else makes sense at this point. Like, adding another planet is actually a waste of time. Systems in the game that should be remade. Okay. Mining units. Okay. What about mining units would you like to see remade? Mid-game PvP. Okay. Hawk, adding more servers. So the way the system works, by the way, as far as I know, Hawk, is that the number of servers that are operational is actually based on the number of players playing. They're using Amazon's back-end technology for both database content and world serving. So basically, as more and more players are actively playing, they actually are dynamically adding more servers. And then as players log off for the day, so EU spikes, and then, middle of the night in the Pacific kind of thing, then all the servers that aren't doing anything get scaled back. That's the way I understand the way their system's built. Remove bugs that have been around from the start. Okay, that's valid. For you, what are the 2 worst bugs, do you think? See, Orbidity, don't think that's actually all that interesting. And fuel bug. Yes, agreed on that. Make sure, by the way, the last I heard, they thought they had that one fixed. So if you are suffering from it, make sure you bug report it. And I'm not just saying that to you, Hawk. I'm saying that to everybody. We got 12 people listening, hanging out, by the way. So welcome, everybody. Yeah, that is a known problem. And I've actually looked at that. I know what the problem is. It's the way that the radar script processes the list of cores. And the issue is the number of cores around M6, and I don't know how they fix that. I think we've seen factory, but now I like that one, Orbidity. Oh, you've had the same problem with no radar. Interesting, because the common fix, I've been told, is just unplug your radar before you go to 6. That's interesting. I didn't know that, Hawk. But yeah, okay, so definitely if you have not bug reported it, please do so. Because I have heard that one of the problems that they're dealing with right now is that because they're kind of limited in QA staff, that if they have a recursion problem, a regression problem, and in software development, a regression problem is where you fix a bug, and then a little while later you fix another bug, but that fix breaks something that turns the old bug back on. People go, oh, they must know about that, and no one reports it. And until they actually get bug reports, they don't have the data they need to go figure out where the recursion problem the regression problem happened. Anyway, so if you're suffering these issues, please, and even if until you literally get a message back from them saying, yep, we're aware of it, thank you, we've got the data, cool. Just keep bug reporting. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Hey, Swifty Taylor. Yeah, okay. Interestingly enough, the devs are of the. I was told that the devs are of the opinion that their PVE content wasn't actually all that interesting. It wasn't that the PVE stuff wasn't that interesting to the players. They put a lot of energy into that. A lot of hours went into it, and it didn't get used, generally speaking. Zephyr is one of the most... Ad break. 1 sec. Waiting on ads. There we go. Okay. Oh, bloody hell. What am I doing? Oh, okay. I've got my mouse tilted. There we go. And then over here and Albatross. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to throw something up on the screen here real fast. Really? Now, it's funny. I would have guessed that you folks would have been actually cool with the idea that you put in the work and you got the goodies. Yeah, as was stated by one of the Legion players, on Discord, Legion camped the spawn location after they got the information for hours, waiting for the damn thing to spawn. And then basically we're all over it like white on rice, and it was a hell of a battle. Okay, 1 sec. I need to sign in here. Give me a moment. Passwords and stuff. And then there's the part where apparently I can't type today. I am so stressed these days. Fuck. Okay. There we go. Oh, really? Okay, well, one of your folks was saying you've been camping it for hours. Okay, that's actually really smart of you folks. So here's an example. Crash on SVR start end. So posted a bunch of stuff, and what I got back was the and then I got, eventually they said, right, thank you, posted a bunch of information, and they gave me some links and said, getting to the bottom of the problem. They give me a status indicate saying they're looking into it, by the way, and this is what we think the problem is as well. Okay, but that's not my circumstance. And I got an email back saying, literally hours later, saying, oh yeah, okay, thanks for the additional information. Let us know if you get anything else that's seen with it like this. So, to me at least, they're still tuned in and they're still trying to do bug fixes. And I appreciate the professionalism that I've experienced, at least, as someone who's had to put up with Hewlett-Packard support, where I literally one afternoon in frustration faxed somebody at Hewlett-Packard my resume so they would take me seriously and stop treating me like I was the secretary at the company I worked for instead of the IT principal. Yeah. I deeply appreciate the way I get treated by NQ support so far. So, is everything perfect? God, no. Do I like some of the ideas that have come up here, by the way? Yeah. I like the idea that on Alioth, maybe that certain, it's easier to make basic equipment, the starter world, if you will. And then if you want to, that maybe the tier 5 stuff is easier made in space. Right? That you have to be not near a planet. You suffer a debuff if you're too close to a planet when you're trying to make tier 5s. And variations so that you get a reason for players to go from planet A to do trade at planet B to move on and sell goods at planet C. To me, that's the biggest weakness of the game, is we have a player-built economy. So I'm of mixed opinions on that, Hawk. And the reason is because I think, one of those jokes in the industry is all a roadmap tells you is what you aren't doing this week.
Albatross systems ready.
And I mean, that sounds a bit hokey, but there is an element of it. There absolutely is an element of it. That, hang on, hit the wrong button. That, roadmaps are generally put together to satisfy the marketing department, because you can't commit to them because you have no idea what might happen next Tuesday. Okay, we're on 6 right now, so I need to go to 7. Okay, 7's destination. Yeah, that would be nice. I agree with you on that point. It would be nice to have a bigger picture. I think... Yeah, Yeah, I like Neota. Dealing with them has been a very pleasant experience so far. I've gotten to chat with NQ Deckard once. Seems to be an okay fella. Wildly overworked. Oh, really? Why do you say that, GKH? One of the things, if I have a commentary about Nyota, it's that they at least seem sincere in loving the game, and in wanting to see the best for both the players and the game. So the funny part was, yeah, the funny part was, as far as I understand about that, was that it actually wasn't Nyota giving out bonsai. It was actually the players giving each other bonsai. Like, I got one on my birthday. But that was given to me by the community. And I was just blown away because I know what's involved in getting one of those damn things. But the reality was just there were enough people with enough money in this game that it was a non-issue that for them to, hand me a bonsai 500 million in a starship. I said, what? I said, what? But yeah, I'm not aware that one was ever given away officially, as a birthday treat by any, other than players to players. Now, if I'm wrong, I look forward to seeing that, but to my understanding, that never happened. And so I understand that, while the appearance may have been that it was that bonsais, but it was actually that it was, Novaquark. Again, if there's no written policy, it doesn't exist. And I mean, that's just a statement of reality on the internet. If it's not written down as in a policy document, it does not exist. By the way, loving the conversation. I think these are important conversations that need to be had. I think the players, past, present, and future, need to have these conversations. And I'm hoping Novaquark listens to them. And incidentally, if someone from Novaquark ever does see this video and want to talk about anything that was said in it, either on the record or off the record, I will, send me an email. I would love to hear it, because not the first time I've heard some of this stuff. So it's obviously on the minds of the players.
Landing mode engaged.
Well, and I also understand that you get into this weird problem. I've mentioned it before, the way that the grant money that they're running on operates. Hang on a second, I just completely squirreled myself there. I had something really clever to say, and it just went poof. So hopefully it'll come back, and I can actually read it to you. But yeah, so the old Novaquark, I prefer not to even talk about it as Novaquark. They may have used the same name, but the reality is that they basically bear no resemblance whatsoever to the organization that made the actual game that got released. And having worked for a couple of these companies in Montreal, trust me when I say this, the worst possible thing you can do is give a bunch of Frenchmen a programming project. And I say this as a Frenchman who's worked with Frenchmen on programming projects in Montreal. You absolutely need someone with organizational skills. And geeks, French programmers have no organizational skills. I mean, I'm stereotyping heavily here, and I say that as someone who is in the industry and is one of those who are guilty. I need an outside manager. It's just the nature of the game. Did it again. And I've worked for French startups, because there's a lot of French startups that come from Paris to set up in Montreal so that they can double up on the amount of money they're getting in government grants. By the way, that's a common trick. Okay, Orbidity says, wait a minute. We are now waiting 1 minute. Boing. Now what? Oh, I remember what I was going to say. While we're waiting for Orbidity's minute. Oh, the French do it. You want to see hysterical? Go hang out in Paris and ask their opinion about Normandy. Go to Normandy and ask their opinion about Paris. You see, the thing is that stereotypes are generalizations, and all generalizations are false, including this one. Did you hear what I said? Stereotypes are a shorthand for discussing broad characteristics. However, when I talk about French programmers, I'm talking about 50 years worth of history. I'm not talking about 50 months. Do you see the difference? The other thing, too, I will comment about French stereotypes. Oh, I know, Orbidity. I'm playing back. All good. The one thing that I cannot deal with, unfortunately, is the part where it became fashionable to slag on France after refusing to be part of the non-UN invasion of Iraq. That drives me batty because because most of the people speaking have no idea who the fuck the Maquis were. And they can't name 3 squadrons that served during the Battle of Britain on the of entirely French pilots who stole their aircraft and flew to England. Fair enough. I mean, yeah. Mussolini was there first. But, yeah, from my perspective at least... Hang on a sec. Did I just screw that up? Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay, it's not terrible. Not great, but not terrible. For my take on it, at least, anyway, getting back to the discussion about Nova Quark, the problem Nova Quark has right now is that, and I'm just, I don't know anything, by the way. I just want to make that clear. I'm just, based on my experience, I have a suspicion. Okay. Ads. I'll wait out the 30 seconds on the ads here. Yep. Okay, so I could put that in this one over here doing quartz. We'll do that. It's fine. There we go. I think everybody's back now. So, and this is just again, I don't know anything. I have no insider information. Just going on stuff I have seen and my own experiences as a developer, and knowing people in the gaming industry, blah, blah, blah. Hey, welcome. Thank you very much. Hey, Solarpunk Village. Appreciate that sub. Thank you, God King. Appreciate the support. Is that I can see that right now Nova Quark is kind of fucked. And I say that in the most respectful way possible. Because they threw a bunch of time and energy at PvE. And which was a player demand. They added joystick support, which was a player demand, and they basically got slammed for it. Because they didn't do a whole bunch of other stuff. So, they did some stuff which was player-driven demands, got slammed for it, had a bunch of people quit out, because there's no new development. And so now they have this problem, where... Well, yeah, but I can say that about anything that you bring up. What players, though? Nobody I know wanted that. Well, no, because you don't hang out with with Care Bears. Okay, I don't hang out with PvP players other than you. So I guess so the maintenance unit was an adaptation of about 5 conflicting player requirements. And so they sort of came up with the worst version of all of them because that's how, design by committee works. So the players got what they asked for. Yep. And they've lost subscriptions as a result of it. So now they're in this problem where to continue, and the money that they make, the bulk of the money they make is actually, as far as I can tell, as a young company, is actually government funded. And if I know the grants they're running on, and I think I do, can't prove it, but I think I do, they get money for research, for pushing forward boundaries, for developing something new, right? Okay, cool. So, and I've been in a company that did this, by the way, and you get audited annually, or you don't get the money. Because the way it works is you put out all the money, and then what happens is you get refunded a bunch of that salary. 80% of the salary gets refunded is the way it works in Montreal. So you go through an audit, and everybody who qualifies, 80% of their salary comes back. Absolutely, Solarpunk Village, completely concur. And people who won't let go. The 2 problems. So Nova Quark now has a problem that to stay afloat, they have to move developers away from the product to keep doing... I would love that, KJ. I will post that shit as merch. So now they got a problem where they got to move developers to another project to keep those developers employed, because you hate laying people off, and you have to keep developing something new. But the last time you developed something new, everybody got mad at you. So now they're kind of hosed if they do and hosed if they don't. They're also stuck in this situation, it's a comment I've made before, that they're not going to be able to sell much as a company if their flagship project tanked. And their flagship project will always be Dual Universe. Incidentally, I know some investors in Las Vegas who the first question they ask you is how many companies you've bankrupted. They want to hear a positive. They want to hear a number above 2, by the way. If you have not, as a CEO, bankrupted at least 2 companies you've been in, you just ain't been around the block enough for them to trust you with their money.
Albatross systems ready.
How messed up is that shit for venture capitalism? Like, don't get me wrong, I think they're messing some stuff up. Well, and again, I'll mention, let's talk about that. So imagine that every time you put your left hand up, someone put a sticker on it marked asshole. Okay, so every time you're walking around, you raise your left hand up to say hi to somebody, and somebody slaps a sticker on it marked asshole. How fast would you stop using your left hand to greet people? This is the circumstance right now that in social media that Nova Quark is. Every time they mention Dual Universe, a bunch of people crawl out of the woodwork to accuse them of everything from financing Legion to stealing money. You're welcome, Van Herk. So because of the way the player base, and in many cases the ex-player base, won't let go of the past, I can completely see why they don't want to talk about it. Novian Challenge is official communications. That's why it's hosted on the channel. That is why that we have, in most cases, about half of Nova Quark staff quietly watching on alt accounts. That, by the way, is completely the brainchild of Nyota. Oh, I completely agree with you, Orbidity. The analogy I use is that there's a certain member of the alpha and beta community who basically are acting like jilted boyfriends, jilted stalker boyfriends. I'm serious. They keep checking in to find out if their ex is doing badly or not, and then they get mad when they find out it seems to be doing just fine without them. And then they rail to all their friends about how bad their ex was. Dude, it's over. Shut the fuck up. Have another drink. Get on with your life. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I just offensive? Good. If you're going to be offended about anything I've said today, please make it that. Oh, Orbidia, I completely agree with you. And you know something? It's actually, and I've said this before, but it's actually the reason I was a beta supporter, but, sorry, I was a Kickstarter supporter, but only for completion of the game. I think, I mean, my number on the, like, I can't remember what it was, but it wasn't 6, like, I was not contributor, I was not a 4-digit contributor for the Kickstarter. I was in fairly early. But I had already gone through through a couple of experiences where the game that got made, where the game that got published was not the game I had fallen in love with. And so I could not enjoy the game I bought. Right? That's the danger of a beta. And so I intentionally only put my money in, and I knew there was a problem with the game because of how long, like, I would periodically send an email off. I would periodically send an email off to Nova Quark going, I Kickstarted back to you people. Is this game ever going to come out? I see you're still in beta. Because, let's be honest, there's at least one other company, Hello Wargaming, which is infamous for perpetual betas. Right? And so I was starting to wonder if Nova Quark was going to be a perpetual beta company, and that me having spent money for delivery of product only was never going to get to play it. And then I found out about it when on the Steam launch. And yes, it is absolutely, you know, I'm sure there were a lot of good, cool ideas that at some point got edited out of beta. I'm sure of it. That for technical reasons, all right, Orbidity, you take care of yourself. That for technical reasons, or practical reasons, or time reasons, or finance reasons, because let's be honest, financial mismanagement, because the original design crew didn't have a f***ing clue how to run a company. Yep, okay, go catch your boat. You don't want to miss those. There's a big splash if you miss the boat. You know, there was financial mismanagement. I don't think anyone will disagree with you about that in the original iteration. Because of all that, I'm sure there's stuff that could have made the game better. That just didn't make it through beta. But I had the exact same experience with Worlds Adrift. Worlds Adrift didn't make it out of beta. It died in beta. I still love that game. I go back and install it just to play with the planet editor, with the island editor. It's fantastic stuff. Anyway. So yeah, I think But at some point, I think everybody has to move on. We have the game we have. It's either you either enjoy it or you don't. And I'll make something very obvious here. Not every game's for everybody. As I've commented before, I've paid for Squadron 42. I don't think I'm going to get to play Squadron 42. I'll probably download it and install it and look at it. But if it winds up being a first-person shooter, as I suspect it is, I'm probably not going to be able to, even on easy mode, I probably will not be able to play the game. That's unfortunate, given how much money I've spent on Squadron 42. If I had known it was primarily going to be FPS, I wouldn't have bought it. I don't want Star Citizen, I want Squadron 42. Star Citizen is in the way of me getting the game I want. But because of the decisions made in beta and, well, in alpha of Star Citizen, and the whining of some particular players, those game mechanics have crawled into the game I paid for, which officially has nothing to do with the other game. I suppose I could be salty about that, or I could go find a game I enjoy playing, like this one. Do you notice what I'm doing right now? I'm not playing Star Citizen and screaming about how outrageously bad it is because I'm no good at these games. I'm doing something fun. I strongly recommend that everyone else borrow this concept. But yeah, okay, so God King Hawk says, go large core, don't come home, and I probably don't, and you're out there with rares. Okay, I can't afford rares. Well, I can't afford to learn on rare equipment. I'll probably compromise and learn on uncommon equipment, and then, you know, once I score a couple of kills and have a vague idea that I know what I'm doing, I'll probably slowly work my way up the tech tree. Kind of essentially the same process I used in Eve. Take the punches early on the cheap gear, and then once I actually start getting good, once I as a player understand the strategies and techniques better, and the skill and the character skills move into place, then it'll be worth me, I think, spending the money to go with bigger gear. Practice in PvE. Okay, so does PvE actually map well? Like, if I'm running PvE missions, or is that just literally, you know, or is it, or am I better off taking a completely different weapon set? Like, I know Zeef has got his hammerhead designs that seem to be doing really well. But okay, so regardless of all that, you figure the answer is practice tactics, technique, and oh, son of a gun! What happened there? All right, I must have already had. What's my mass? 761. No, shouldn't have come. Okay, I must have screwed something up. Either that, or I've got something damaged on this ship and didn't realize it. Shouldn't have come down that hard. Anyway, what did I'm guessing I bounced something here. All right, that sucks. Okay. So build myself a couple of small, a single player small core. Go practice tactics. Get my player level skills in tune, and then worry about going out and be able to take that with some good equipment out into PvP. Okay, cool. Appreciate the advice, Hawk. Yeah, makes sense. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, because if you key your thrusters, you screw up your firing solution, don't you? Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right, well then that's what I'll probably wind up doing is I'll probably just buy one of Zephyr's hammerheads and start practicing. Because, you know, Zeph's pretty cool. And I'm way too far forward. Either that or maybe I'll mod up one of my E19s as a PvP boat. Oh yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Landing mode engaged.
Okay, so I still got 30 odd charges left. Okay, good. That'll get this whole... How big a deal is spaced armor? I noticed Drax was working on a fairly large boat at one point. He was specifically putting in 1 meter spaced armor. Okay, so spaced armor is more important than shields. Okay, it's good to know. All right, adds. So we'll boost. Okay. 11. Yeah, 2200 chromite. I need to bring myself some. Okay, we're out of box. 2200 box. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna have to drag a few things back, but otherwise I think I've got everything I need. So I need to bring myself some limestone. Okay, that's cool to know. But still, you know, if I'm looking at... But you know, if I'm talking, I love building shit, right? So if I'm gonna be able, if I'm gonna build a solo vehicle, and I want to be able to scale that up, I want to learn the right design concepts early. Do the weapons matter in PvE? Like, essentially, is there a different weapons meta between PvP and PvE? You only use cannons. Okay. Alright, interesting. As a game designer, the idea of a meta drives me nuts, by the way. Because basically it's an admission of failure. Yeah, okay, this whole thing's all shut down. Alright. That's... what? I got 3 times 7, I got 21. Do I have enough charges? Yeah, I do. Okay. One sec here, I'm just answering a message I just got. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, right now right now God King and PvP. It's railguns and missile systems, right? Okay, product out. Let's empty the bucket. The bucket's empty. Well, that's not very useful. Okay. And I gotta get this project finished. I have so many half-done or three-quarter done projects, it's driving me nuts. Okay, so I'll probably scrap the Hornet and rebuild. I think that's what I'll do. I'll scrap the Hornet and start over. And that's legit, Hawk. You know, for lack of a better way of putting it, all I've paid's the look-in fee. Lessons costs extra. I get that. Absolutely love that line from Cincinnati Kid, by the way. Right then, let's go clean this mess up. Oh, gotta start up here anyway. I can't remember the names of the two actors in that scene. Oh well, yeah, not crucial, but yeah. Hope everyone's having fun. Am appreciating the conversation, by the way. This has been cool. I think it's crucial to have these kind of conversations and be able to have them in a way that everyone stays chill. It's okay to get a little warm under the collar. I mean, that just means you're feeling passionate about something. That's okay, but the objectives keep it respectful. We can all learn from each other, and we can hopefully either this game will improve or we can all find a better game to play. Awesome. No splash. Good to hear. Pipe scanning. Okay. Appreciate that, Hawk. So in today's weather report, if you're currently in the pipe, you're currently dead. For those of you who are new and don't know what the pipe is, the shortest distance between any two planets, because the planets don't rotate in this game, the orbital there is no orbital mechanic in this game. All right. Unlike, for example, Elite Dangerous, where planets are actually in motion.
Commander, you've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending everything I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
That never gets old. Like that clip a lot. Hell yeah. But yeah, so if you are if you are unable to warp for whatever reason, The obvious answer is you want to economize the amount of time it's going to take you to get from point A to point B, and so you would naturally fly the fast route. Except that, well, everybody who's either privateering or commerce raiding knows that too. So if you fly that short distance, colloquially about a 2 SU radius diameter line between point A and point B, that's the pipe. They'll find you, and they'll kill you. Mostly because they're flying ships that are just faster. Entirely legit, KJ. We all take ourselves far too seriously. A bit of oh goodness, can't remember the actor's name now. I want to say Jim Carrey, and I know I'm wrong. Yeah, bit of that keeps an appropriate level of seriousness about the discussion. Tim Curry, that's it. Tim Curry. Yeah. Bit of Tim Curry goes a long way to making sure everyone understands the appropriate level of seriousness for a game like this. I think one of those things too that a lot of players just perhaps don't give enough consideration to is that, you know, that if it's worth them doing, it's worth somebody else taking. If you warp the pipe, oh really? I suppose then you can just do an emergency breakout, can't you? Okay, so you just tear the length of every pipe. You don't need to, you know, you go A to B, B to A, and see if your radar picks something up, particularly if you got good radar. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Gotcha. Oh yeah, if you're flying the if you're flying the pipe on default scripts, I'm not entirely convinced. I think if you're doing major cargo operations through PvP space using default scripts, I think perhaps you probably need to stop and join an organization and be taught how to play the game. Yep. Makes sense. One of those things I like to remind people is feminist would be Anais, named by the name of Anais Nin. Wrote in the 70s and 80s, if I recall correctly, made the observation that people do not see the world as it is. People see the world as they are. And I think it's always an interesting kind of point of view to keep in mind. One of my other famous one of my favorite other favorite quotes from her is that Anonymous was a woman. So anytime you see an anonymous quote, just presume a woman said it. I just always liked that one. Absolutely, Hawk. Yeah. Love a good game of chess. Chess with nuclear weapons is even more interesting. Okay, that gets this mess sorted out. Get a bunch of stuff into the preprocessor down here. I don't need to process more pyrite. I just don't. So we'll do half the coal, I guess, and we'll work up from there. What's my low number? Chromite? Yeah, okay, we'll go with half the chromite. Throw that in for processing. What do you mean not allowed anymore by NQ? That's one of those statements it sounds like a generalization. Nope. Okay. Maybe I don't need that much hematite being processed. We'll put half back. Yeah, okay. Because to me, anything you can do by the AP that's permissible by the API is hard to call an exploit. Okay, long time ago. Fair enough. In other words, not relevant to the current game. Okay. Not last Tuesday, 2 years ago. Got it. Okay, there we go. That'll get some pre-processing done. Well, and I like to make sure that that gets clarified, Orbidity. Again, not slagging on you, but just because there's a lot of people who will only half listen to this conversation, and they, who only half listen to this chat conversation, and then suddenly run around screaming on Discord that saying that, you know, exactly. So, you know, if it is current, then it's good to know. But if it's not current, I like to make sure that that it's been said at least twice so that everyone... Yep, exactly. And again, it's cool because it's important to understand where we've come from and how decisions get made and stuff like that. You know, I had someone saying, gosh, I wish we could... You know, I wish we could do, you know, something where we could do automated trading. And I just looked at them and said, have you lost your mind? We had a player think it was funny to build a static L core over Market 6 and sprawl 2,200 L glass panels up to blow up people's ships on landing. Why would you give that kind of player rapid market access? Like, are you drunk? You know, I think it's important that we remember where we come from because it makes some, quote, bad decisions make a whole lot more sense. You know something? Yeah. Again with the comment, the only thing a roadmap tells me is what's not happening next week. I think it's important to have an idea about what kind of things you would like to see. You know, a proposed features list. I think it's important to get the community to say, hey, yeah, this proposed feature is better than that proposed feature, or this proposed feature is okay, but the way you want to do it makes no sense. I think those kind of conversations are important. But at the end of the day, I think roadmaps are, well, I point at Elite Dangerous. They just gave up on roadmaps. All that happened was they kept getting strung up by people who half read the roadmap. In first quarter next year, we'll have this done. The day before first quarter of next year. This isn't done yet. What's wrong with you people? Liars! There has to be a happy medium. And I think the community needs to police itself as well. I think the players who want roadmaps need to start slapping the players who scream at every with every intentional misinterpretation of a failure. Because otherwise there's literally no incentive for the developers to even try to maintain a roadmap. No, I agree with you. I do agree with you, Hawk. That is the impression that is given. I completely agree. But again, yeah, I mean, they're obviously doing something, because we're seeing bug fixes and, progression made on things every couple of weeks. You don't abandon, no game has a 2-week update cycle that's been put into, that's in maintenance mode. Okay? Maintenance mode means unless it's crippling gameplay, we don't talk about this game. But they're doing every 2 weeks, Steam has something for me to download. Okay. They're working slowly through it. But it would be good, I agree with you, to have some bigger picture idea. But again, how do you... Okay, that's interesting, Hawk, because I play through Steam, and hang on, we're flying here, so I got a moment. Yeah, hang on, I'm just trying to find something here, Hawk, real fast. Where'd we go? Library. There we go. Just drag this over here. And there's recent games. Yeah, I got no... Yeah, you're right. In this case, November 2nd. So, yes. Nope, you're right. I hadn't noticed that it had been that long. So, yeah, we're hitting 5 weeks. We're also... Okay, yep. They fixed some achievements. That's bug fixes. Yep. Fixing DSAT panel, forced canceling maintenance unit operations. They think they fixed the bug with the refuel tool back. So they're still working on this game, but yeah, I think, okay, I was wrong. They're not every 2 weeks. Their tempo is slowed to a dot release a month. Yep. Yeah, they're doing a dot release a month. September was busy. They were on every 2 week tempo. October, November, they did dot releases. They did a dot release per month in October and November. They were averaging every 2 weeks. You are correct. You are correct, Hawk. Oh yeah. Well, so here's a funny thing, Solarpunk Village. And this is just, I know you're in the IT business, so you'll have heard this one before. You know what the fastest way to degrade server capability is? You know what the fastest way to degrade server performance is? Tell users you're doing server maintenance, whether you do it or not. If players feel something has changed, they suddenly start paying more attention. Whether or not anything changes is irrelevant. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of talk after patches, that is no doubt. And it's really funny because, you know, I know that there are people who are claiming the game has been running more slowly since the announced server work that got done. But as far as I understand it, what they actually did was add another content distribution hub to fix a problem where users were getting forced onto a CDN that was not ping valuable. Okay, so a lot of games do weekly server maintenance. That can be anything from database refreshes to blah blah. I don't, unless there's a dot release with it, it doesn't count. If there's no patch notes, it doesn't count. Oh really? What happened, KJ? I know that's a game you love, so. I haven't played that one in a while. I mean, legit. Yeah, that's two games I haven't played in a long time. Star Trek Online and Star Trek Fleet Command. I have to get back to those. Thank you for the reminder. In STO, I'd play Klingon. So happy with the Katinga. Oh my gosh, that's a beast of a ship. Hey, doesn't hold up by the time you get to next. Bridge Command is cool. I like that one too. Yes, particularly if you can get a few friends in playing. I like what they did with the captain's position. That is probably one of the neatest things I've seen. I got nothing safe to say, KJ. But yeah, I really appreciated what they did with the captain system in Bridge Commander. That was a piece of clever. Neatly solved the single biggest problem in a role-play group or a group of friends playing. Right? Fracture Space, yes it did. Beta, back in the day. Bit D. Alright, let's unload this bucket. Coal, Pima. Yep. See, I got into computer games chasing the role-playing games, generally speaking. I was never one of the action shooter types. Again, because I just have physical restrictions about it. When I encounter one that I can have some fun with, where I'm hanging out with a bunch of friends where I can play, where there's a role that lets me contribute without, having to be the 1v1 stuff, not very good at. If I'm playing a game, Gaijin had an infantry game. That was kind of fun. And I can't remember the name of it right now. Played a lot. I routinely ran the medic. Either the medic or the one of the support classes. In any game that's sort of a twitch shooter, I tend to play support classes, right? Because it allows me to participate, right? All right. will set this as my linked. There we go. How am I doing here? We are where? We're at 2.5 hours. Okay, so probably wrap up in about a half an hour, folks, just to let everyone a little bit of a heads up. I got a busy day this well, yeah, I have a busy day this afternoon. That is the best way of putting it. Oh, blinkety blink. What was I gonna say? Squirreled myself again. Hang on a sec here. Yeah, I played a lot of Overwatch and Heroes of the Storm with friends, and again, same answer. Routinely played the support classes, had a lot of fun with it. Okay, a minute to chill here while I try and figure out what I want to work on next. I knew I just got the carrier back to the base last night, and after a little misadventure, and I knew I had a pile. I need to get the calibration sorted out, so that's all done. So yay for that. Now I just got to figure out what it is I want to do next. Now, before I forget yet again, let's get some of this thank you stuff going on. Hawk, by the way, has donated a non-trivial amount of money to sprucing up in-game giveaways. So I am just going to set up a raffle here real fast. Been meaning to do this for like an hour now, and we're going to draw a couple names and hopefully make a few people a little bit richer for the week. There we are. Giveaways. And we will... Okay, we don't need this one. Alright, we're going to do this, and then we were going to copy this one, and this is that number instead. Thank you, Hawk. And complete and start. There we go. By the way, I have received word from Squiz. I have a fork of Tiny Factory. So I'm going to be maintaining the code once Squiz officially departs. Mostly because I'm going to be doing it anyway, so I may as well make what I'm working on available. Oh, thank you very much for the bits there, Solarpunk. Appreciate that. So yeah, I do appreciate the subscriptions and the bits. All of that helps. Why not, he says. Okay. Alright, you know something? I want to play too. Let's go see what I got in inventory. So first thing I gotta do is build a sandwich. We'll do that. 1 meter spaced armor is gonna be a bitch. I'll probably go 50 centimeter, 50 centimeter. Yeah, probably go 50 centimeter armor. Alright, what have I got in inventory? Yep, makes sense. Piss off, you know what I meant. Do what I meant, not what I said. Right, okay. So, I think the biggest thing you can take is an escort on the simple missions. So, we'll do that. Do I have... Yeah, I do. I have one. Okay, well, it's fine. I only need one. Alright, and then... middle mouse button to snap. Oh, you brat. That was predictable. Not very bright, but predictable. Thank you. Let's try that again. Okay, so middle mouse button for snap mode. Left click the reference construct, and we run this out here. Okay, I see what I did. Yeah, okay, that. And right about there will do. Oops, that's not the thing. And that is the thing. Okay, okay, So the short version is that if you don't have engines, you can't fly. If you cannot fly, you are a sitting duck. Literal, figurative. Okay. So you want... So, okay. So I have Le Test Boot. Inventory now. Let's start by thinking a little bit. That thing I'm not very good at during projects. Let's start with that. Alright, I will need to order myself a gunner chair because I don't own one. No, I do not. Okay. So I will need to get myself a... Oops. Gunner Module S. I should probably just start manufacturing these, but that's fine. In fact, let's just do that. One moment. I have a huge industrial complex back here. How about I make use of that? There's a wonderful idea, don't you think? I'll just throw it as the as a project for the tiny factory. It'll eventually make one or 4. I'll probably just tell it to make 4. Gunnery module. LS. Here we are. I'll just queue up one of each. And do me a favor and keep 2 of these in inventory at all times. Okay, and then copy. Make 2 more like that. And then the gunner module M. Okay. Turn that back on. So it's going to bitch and complain about schematics for a while. How am I doing for war? Okay, I may as well just go preemptively grab an armload of coal and throw it in. This, because all of these should be ready. There we go. And we'll just throw all those in here. There we are. Okay, cool. That'll churn for a bit. So I need to leave a spot for my gunner module. Well, I'll just do it with a single remote and a gunner module. There's no... It makes no sense to do it any other way. So I'll put in a placeholder chair yeah, I'll put in a placeholder chair and a remote. Okay. So, sandwich. This is going to be a pain in the ass to do. Build mode. Okay. What have I got here? I know I've got some Inconel. I've got glossy, I've got matte. We'll use the glossy. Equip that. So, I'm going to go up. Here. No, I'm not sure. Let me double check. Because it's supposed to be a dynamic, isn't it? That is, in fact, a space core. Good job. Good catch. Thank you. Yep, you are correct. Totally missed that. Grabbed the wrong thing. That would have been really bloody funny. Why won't it move? Why won't Mott move? Highly professional stream here, ladies and gentlemen. Remarkable production values, if only for comedy. Alright, let's do that again, shall we? Core. I need dynamic core. I don't have... there we are, dynamic cores, yes. Equip. Alright, let's do this again. So, middle mouse button for snap. Click. And... and click. Okay, and... all this in Tim Curry too, absolutely. We have all the absurdities. Okay, let's try this again. Alright. Okay, yep. There we go. So I'm gonna have to do a few shapes first. It would be nice to know that they gave a damn about angle of incidence, but I know they don't. That is one of the cooler things that Wargaming and Gaijin do. Alright. There we go. We'll go 3x2. We'll go 3x1, since I don't know what I'm doing. We'll keep it small. And we'll glue some danger tape to the inside, or the outside rather, because I, can't not. That would be neat. I like the idea of XL cores for things like space stations. I do. Yep. Interdiction. I'm so stuck on interdiction. And I say that because that it basically forces PvP on folks, whether they want to participate or not. And I'm not super keen on that. But at the same token, I don't like that people can just skip PvP. And so I'm really stuck in this weird fancy city situation. Yeah, I'm really kind of stuck on that. Because I'm one of the, I mean, I suppose there's the old answer that if you don't want to be involved in PvP, don't go into PvP space. But I also don't like the idea that a certain amount of content is gated behind a play style I'm not interested in, because that's why I stopped playing World of Warcraft. Right? And so I can kind of see both halves of this. And I'm not sure what the solution there is. Um, oh, because it's not okay. It's carbon. It's carbon fiber, not carbon graphite. Okay. Now I like that idea. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's yeah, a warp gate style, yeah, Eve style warp gate, or maybe you get issued a you know, a high tier, you know, maybe you get, yeah, no, I agree with you, or you actually get assigned a convoy. You know, you get told you have to wait 20 minutes. Convoy leaves in 20 minutes with whoever's available, you know, and Ophelia is providing combat escort, but it's going to cost you this much. You either pay up or you don't. You either go with the convoy or you don't. Yeah, I like that. I think that's actually a good solution, Hawk. Because it keeps them in real space, and if you, I mean, if you want to get your nose, you know, and it gives boss fights, as it were, to, and maybe what we do is we say that Ophelia has a special type of ship, which is a fleet screen. So the fleet screen ship can project it's, you know, basically almost base level shielding around the ships being escorted, but, you know, with enough punching you can take it off the line, but the problem is you've got to cut through the escorts to do it. So if the PvPers desperately want those targets, okay, you're going to get hurt. Because that means that in a wartime scenario, those targets, you can't ship war material without risk, right? All right. So that's the thickness of my hull. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay. All right, let's do some thinking then. Hey, Kestrel, how you doing? Hawk has put up some cash, so there is a draw on the go right now. We're doing a smidge under 5 million. So if you'd like a ticket, go ahead and exclamation mark ticket. Glad to hear it. What? Yeah, actually. Weight limit. Yeah, essentially, if you can't keep up with the escorts, you're not getting it. The escorts are going to be moving at this speed. If you cannot keep up, you're going to get left behind. Which, by the way, is literally how World War II convoys worked. All the ships had to be able to maintain a particular speed. If you experienced a mechanical breakdown, you couldn't keep up with the convoy, you got left behind. I like that. And so different convoys would be operating at different speeds, and the price tag would be associated with the faster the convoy, the less it costs, for lack of a better way of putting it. I like that. That's got some potential. Hey, Prowler, welcome. All right, so let's go down here and talk about a floor. Exactly. And see, to me, that is what PvP should be about. It should be a risk-reward system. I am completely all about that. Take care of yourself, Orbidity, and thank you for being part of the conversation, for keeping it respectful, and for understanding when I said, okay, enough, done. And yeah, and likewise, Hawk, deeply appreciated. Because I don't believe that this is the only place we can have these conversations, but I'm glad that it is one of the places that I have managed to create one of the places. That's important to me. How the hell does this work? Well, and please understand, I will just straight up ban your ass if you don't take the hint. Okay. If it is a civil place, it's because I'm the only one with a gun. You and me both, Hawk. And I say that because I don't think that, while, like I say, I think that what Legion was doing was providing a villain, and every good story needs a villain. I firmly believe that. As a writer, there has to be something that everyone can say, okay, we can't leave that. And I think Legion did that, but I also think they did it too well, and possibly with the wrong audience. And with the salt that was in the air about other things, yeah, I think that just people didn't want to listen. And so I'm glad that I can provide an environment where, for whatever reason, people are willing to listen. All right. So, let's just talk about this then. All right. So, hey, look, a box. Now, if I was really an able architect as opposed to someone playing one on TV, what would I do here? I think I would turn that this way. Turn that this way. That's going to go there. Right. Oh, wait for it. It's gonna get better. Well, and yeah, I mean, I'm in this picture and I don't like it. I mean, you know, let's just all, you know, if I'm feeling called out, but with good reason. Let's just all be honest about that. Okay. There. And they do the world's worst blast wave propagation in this game, which complicates things. Because really what they're doing is discussing spalling. Alright. So then, if I do that... Enginifications, please. Alright, I really don't... Okay, well, just use M-cores, M-core space engines. Oh. Well, there's a weight limit, but I'll just use the, You're in an Atmo, you got your rare military spaces. Okay, we'll do that. I think I can make this work. So we're gonna go with a pair of these. Okay, and that's too wide, but that's good to know. So if that was gonna sit there, then I need to move that outside wall out. Okay. Okay. I see the mistake I'm making. Okay. Back to this. Mount one engine on the center line. Let's start with that. We'll do this. And then we'll turn it around so it's pointing the right way, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. There we are. And that is zeroed. Yeah, I mean, I think we all suffer from that problem, too. Alright, so that's there. Now, I need a box! So let's add our box. Right. And I want to be able to get at this thing, so I'm going to leave, what's that, half meter spacing? Yep, leave a half meter spacing. So you're going to go there. And then we're going to go here. Right. What am I doing here? Can anyone tell me? I can't tell. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now, let me grab those 2 rare militaries. Oh, I want my floor first. Let's extend my floor. I've studied Dreadnought design. Yeah, take care of yourself. Appreciate you hanging out. Which reminds me, one of those games I want to get back to playing, again with one of those spent money on the beta, forgot to play the game things, is Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Absolutely fascinating walkthrough of of Dreadnoughts, their supremacy, and their ultimate demise as a result of technology. Fascinating game. If you're absolutely a fan of naval combat, it is a must-have. There is no other way to understand what technology does to Dreadnoughts than play it. So we'll put the 2 rare militaries up here. Right, again, I want a walkable space the whole way around the drive. For 2 reasons. 1, by definition, that's spacing. 2, it means if I want to throw scrap at it, I don't have to spacewalk. Okay, there we go. What have I got for acceleration at this point? Maximum thrust 0 Gs. Oh, because I have no control couch and no fuel. Okay, well fine, I hate you too. Okay, we'll put the fuel tank dead center. Tank. Right. Need 30 minutes endurance. Let me do some numbers here. Okay, 400 liters per hour. So I need 800 liters of fuel. And you're another, so that'd be 1,300 liters to give a full hour of operations. 30 minutes, 30 minutes of combat, 30 minutes, and then 15 minutes to from. So 1,300 liters. Okay. Inspect. What we got? 1,200. Okay, so a small tank, a tank S is 1,200 liters. Okay, that's, wait a second, that's wrong. That's the wrong tank. That's the atmospheric fuel tank. The space tank, I believe, is actually different. Tank S. Inspect. Okay, capacity is 400 liters for the S. The M is 1,600 liters. Okay. M is big, though, it seems to me. It's not terrible. However, I don't like the idea. I'll probably put an M and an S tank into this thing. So I'm going to 0 this one. And then I'm going to put an S tank above it. And this will be 0'd as well. Okay. And naturally, I'm building the ship fucking backwards because that's just how we roll. So let's turn the... God, I'm terrible. They give me a driver's license. Isn't that cool? There we go. Tee. Nobody saw that. All right, so we got 13 Gs. Okay. 13 Gs empty. That's fine. And then, so let's get these linked because I hate the blinkies. Okay. Now. I need this again. Okay, 1, 2, right? Like that, and then we do it again. One, two. So that is what I would basically refer to as radically spaced internal, but that's okay. All right. Now, in absence of a gunnery chair, I'm gonna have to hum a few bars and fake it, but do I have cannons? I do have cannon S. Apparently I have precise cannon S in inventory. Oh, that's right. Someone, can't remember who it was gave that to me, but I remember this. Equip. Alright. Just gonna drop one of these off here. I just want to look at it for a minute. Yeah. How hungry are you? You are 1,250 points. $5,000. So four guns. Yep. Yeah. That I'm aware of, God King. It's actually the reason I tend to use it for everything. This is as much a what do I have in inventory right now. I probably will swap those out with uncommons eventually, but I'm just, yeah, this is the thinking phase. So reasonably, I can put unbuffed. I can put 4 guns, four pairs. Okay. Well, let's just get those out of inventory then. But don't get me wrong. I do appreciate the counseling. That, yeah, don't get me wrong on that part. I'm just gonna sit. This is not where these go, by the way. It's just me organizing stuff so I can think. Now, I will need ammunition boxes, obviously. I have excess ammo containers. Little thin. Can you even plug in? Well, let's find out. Equip. Yeah, you can. Not very bright, but you can do it. Okay. How many rounds will that hold? Agile thermal, and okay, we'll go with that. I can put 200 rounds. Okay. What's the rate of fire on these things? Rate of fire is 4 seconds. So 15 times 30. Hang on, I'm being a goofball. 15 times 30. 450 rounds. Okay. Can I plug 2 boxes? No. Okay, so you can only... Okay, so that's the limitation. So I can put 200 round... Okay, so if for whatever reason I cannot... I can't get them manufactured within my patience limit, then okay, that's cool. So we're gonna move this. Because 200 rounds is 15 minutes of constant firing. Not great, but not terrible. And then I'd have to take a break and shovel munitions into the, into the ammo boxes. That's not terrible. Not great, but not terrible. Okay. Ah, okay. I didn't realize that. Alright, well, we'll back that out then. And we'll go with the, I thought I had way more agile thermic than that, but that's fine. We'll just do this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So we can do that. And then I would need... Hey, Hummingbird, how you doing? That's 1,000 liters, so I need a 4,000 liter box. Equip, so S box. Ah, not bad. Been some very fascinating conversations today. So far in the stream, really enjoying it. So we will move another 800 rounds over here. Oh, wow. What the hell? Oh, right. I forgot about that. One of those little boxes is the size of this box. That's a pain in the backside. Okay, so yes, I'll have to replace those. I'm not putting an M-Core box into this friggin' thing trying to lug enough ammunition around. That's not happening. So we'll get rid of this. What is the okay, inspect. The stack volume is 8,000 liters. Okay, so and this internal volume is 1,400. What did I grab the wrong friggin' container? That'll do it. Okay. Least favorite error. I'm a dummy. Okay, that's an S. Okay, we're going to move the ammunition box back. Things I do not want taking a direct hit. I was not cheating. So now... Oh, absolutely, Solarpunk. Yeah, that's what Hawk was commenting earlier. You save a lot more weight that way. Alright. Yeah. Well, and that's the compromise I'm going with, my main propulsion is an uncommon safe. Oh, you said maneuver. Okay. Thank you. I completely misread you. Yeah. What I tend to do for any design is, go with a variety of engines on different cycle up times to allow me some granularity in how fast I can accelerate. But yeah, you're right. Okay, maneuvers. Because I know for a while freights were were everyone's darling. Okay, let me now... So I'm going to need a chair to sit in as a placeholder. That will go here, arguably. Okay. Then I need a remote. And we'll just glue that to the arm of the chair for now. Okay. And then I need a wall. That's going to be my pilot armor belt. Now, this mess. How am I going to do this? Let's move these back here for now. You can sit here. You can sit here, just to get them out of my way. Now, gotta respect that 1 meter armor belt. And we need a pretty good field of fire based on the nose of the ship. If I understand correctly. So we're going to do that. God, this plays hell with my head. Okay, so then I do not want the guns that far back. It restricts their line of fire, their arc too much. So we're gonna move this one up here. No, stop. That one here. Okay, now here's the problem with that statement. Is I can't do that. It can't be any closer than that, by definition. I have to add my walls. Right, like that. Okay, so now I need to compress the gunner area a bit. I'm gonna bring this up like this. No, that's okay, actually. That's not terrible. And then I need to flip this over. Like that. Okay. And then this needs to move out. Well, I don't think so. We're probably okay there. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to get away from this. I was wanting to do a staggered barbette build, and I think that winds up being kind of dumb. Right? But the problem with that, well, if something, I mean, it means that if something's below me, I have to roll to engage. The gun, well, it doesn't matter anyway. The gun doesn't fire straight up anyway. So front cone is front cone. It doesn't matter how it's built. Okay, never mind. All right. But, again with the blast propagation. Ah, okay, thank you. Just one sec then, I will do that. Okay. Maximum aim cone is 90 degrees. So, yeah, so 45 up, 45 down. That's, okay, yeah. So it would have, if I was to do it this way, it would have a bias for engaging targets above the line, but that's not necessarily bad. Because as a pilot, my instinct is, quote, pull up. Pull up or roll. Okay, good to know. So, ignore the graphic, check the stats. Thank you. I'm gonna cheat on that side because just because of the layering. Oh, damn it. Wrong button. Oops. Wrong button. There. That's 1 meter to there. Okay. We're gonna have to do that here. Okay. Okay, that's very min-maxy of you, Michelle. Don't do that. Okay. And then... Alright, then we can come straight out here. Did it again. There. Like that. Like that. Obviously, some internal trimming and stuff has to happen, blah, blah, blah. That'll be done by walk around. Okay. Craning your neck doesn't actually change your camera angle, Michelle. You actually have to move the mouse. There you go. Good job. Okay. Not terrible? We'll use that phrase. Now, over here. Okay. 150 tons. Okay. I'm at 24 tons. I'm fine. Okay. Copper. Use copper. Oh, thank you very much, Solarpunk. Oop, my glass is empty. I'm gonna have to go get some. Give me a moment, please. I'm just gonna do something real fast here, and then I will go get that. Okay. No, actually, I do want to leave that here. I'll need it later. Because I know I'm going to screw this up at least once. That's just how we do things. Alright. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so 0.5. $2 a.m. going to bed soon? Gosh, yeah, right, your AU time. Yow yow. Yow yow. Alright, you take care of yourself. Oh, please understand, caffeine is literally a toxin designed to trigger a cardiac arrest in the imbiber. It's a defensive mechanism of the origin plant to prevent herbivores from grazing too heavily. Humans are just stupid enough that they thought that was fun. Okay, there we go. That's my copy line, so I know what the hell I'm doing. Alright. I will give you a moment here. I'm going to actually drop it a build mode, which is a good thing to do anyway. We'll set up the adventure cam and, or the travel cam here. And we'll be back in a little while. I'm going to go get myself a snack and a drink. And we will resume with building. And if all goes well, we might even get out once today and wreck one of these ships. We'll see how it goes. Alrighty, we are back. Anyone seen a space station? There we go. Homemade bread, yay. Hey, you Ari. Good to see you. All right. I just realized what time it was, by the way, so yeah, I will not be flying this thing today. I'll probably finish it up the next stream. But yeah. There is a giveaway on the go. I got 16 people in chat right now, and I have 8 people registered. It's for just a smidge under 5 million. Thanks to Hawk for donations. Whee! Boom. Door to the face. All right. Now, next question. How the hell do you get into this thing? All right. So I got to put. Okay. Yaman. All right. Let's copy what I got, double it up, and see what this gives me. I need to get. Okay. I need to get some spaced armor under this thing. Do I still have that in memory by chance? Let's see here. So build. Okay. Well, hey, look. A chunk of spaced armor. Okay. I'm actually just going to do this, and then I'll chop out what I don't need later. Okay. Alright. So we're okay here. Nip this bit out. And then... Oh, I need a friggin' fire control radar. That's almost embarrassing given what my MOC was. Okay, yeah, I'll save that. We'll just tack this up here for now, for want of any better place to put it, until I get my spaced armor in place. I know it has to be at least that high. Okay, I need to close that off. Like so. Then I need to seal this up, and that most easily done just by copying, and then I need to close the back up. Now for the back, that's going to be weird because, well, let's see here. Right. Okay, no, that's... Oh, that doesn't do what I want, because I didn't grab the whole thing. Good job. Good job! That's... We'll go to here. Right. Yeah, this one's... That's exactly what I was afraid of. Okay, so my spaced armor is going to have to be compromised around that engine. I'll sort that out in a minute. Oops, screwed that up. Okay, and so you don't need to go any further than that, because, you know, middles and things. Well, I need to go to the middle at least. So, there. And we'll drop that like so. Now, that engine. Oh, sheep dip shields. Thank you! Do I have a small? I don't have a small shield in inventory. Okay. I was completely fixated on the voxel tank stuff, right? Thank you. Did I just spell it wrong? Because, you know, English. Yep, I did. Equip. So how big is this thing? Alright. Alright. I'm just gonna sit you here for a moment while I think. That's zeroed. I mean... Bad guys with guns front, right? And then... So it's... I can stretch the design. I got room, right? I can move the entire engineering section back basically the length or the width of the generator. I do that. Slide it up to here. And then I could bring it, basically make that much gap right behind the fuel tanks and bring this down because I have that more than that much space there. So I think that's how I'll do that. So I'm just going to set this here. Ducklink, hello. Whirligig. I like whirligigs.
Shield activated.
Why, thank you. You can switch off them.
Shield deactivated.
Okay. So let's grab. Oh, I'm missing some floor. That's awkward. Okay, you can go away. I don't need you anymore. Thank you. If you're wondering why I'm using two different colors of Inconel, it's just because the way my head works, it's just easier for me to see sizes. Hey, Darth, how you doing? Good to see you. All right, so we're gonna move. Okay. Okay, that's not terrible, actually. That's not going to be terrible. So let's grab... okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is grab what I have and... Right. Probably, I'll wind up doing this 2 or 3 times, but I just need to be able to see my workspace. I don't visualize things very well, and so I tend to duplicate a lot of copying and stuff like that, just purely to be able to let my brain see what my imagination is trying to communicate. Do that, and then we'll copy that, and then I will sit it there, and I will say Flippinzy, and we'll rotate it around. Let me guess, not enough material. What's going on? Ah, there it is. For some reason, I was just not registering that hunk of copper. There we go. So what am I missing? I mean, it's obviously the Inconel, but... No, actually. Has nothing to do with that. Been wanting to do the PvE content for a long time. And just haven't. And so decided I'm gonna build myself a little trasher. And then, because when the inevitable 5-way war happens in Dual Universe, I want to be able to take part. Because, you know, to borrow the phrasing, it's better to be a warrior in a rose garden than a gardener in a war. So what okay, so, yeah, obviously Inconels. Obviously not Inconel. What's the problem? My carbon, by chance? Yeah, it's my black carbon fiber. Okay. That's the aged gray. Oh, still got 400 meters of that. What are you? That's galvanized white aluminum. Galvanized white aluminum down to 14 cubic meters. Okay, so we need to go get a batch of that. Okay. Yeah, with Legion having ceased operations at least temporarily in DU, and the cores now becoming regular scrimmage matches, there are two... I'm expecting that things are going to start getting a little bit skitsy around DU. In that there's going to be a fair amount of contest. And the thing that the PvP players do is that the PvE players don't think of is secured industry, secured logistics, right? They have their own internal supply chains and stuff like that. PvE players aren't used to thinking about secured logistics. If I need 100,000 something, I go buy 100,000 something. It never occurs to me. Yet for me, if I go shopping for 100,000 Neutron and it's not on the market, I put up a buy order, I wait a couple of days, I get 100,000 Neutron. Who cares? In a war, not having 100,000 rounds of ammunition while my base is being attacked is an issue. So the PvPers are very, very good at secure logistics. So I can imagine a time coming when secured logistics is going to be a messy part of this game. I don't have... Oh my goodness. Galvanized white. I'm not making it, apparently. So... even the major corporations in the game are not prepared for any kind of an actual war. Which means it's going to happen, because that's the way these things work. Two organizations who are ready to scorch the earth never will. Two organizations who are unprepared will make all the mistakes required. Generally out of fear. Alright. So I need galvanized white. Okay. So two things need to happen. One is I need to add that to my manufacturing list here. Okay, so right now we're going to be drawing 3... Hey, Kylans. Good to see you. So we'll be doing 3 draws with just about 5 million apiece. Galvanized white aluminum. There we are. Thank you, Solarpunk. Appreciate the bits. That's very kind of you. Whoops. Okay, galvanized white aluminum. Galvanized white aluminum. Turn you on. All right, now I need honeycomb stuff a little bit more quickly than that, so I guess we'll go downstairs and look around. I had ripped all my honeycomb making equipment out of here because I figured I'd be able to keep up with the tiny factory build, but it just doesn't. So, honeycomb. I need elements. Okay, I have 4 basic. I have 2. Okay, cool. So we're going to install 2 of each down here. Yeah, as weird as it sounds, one thing I wish this game had was the ability to mirror an element. So make a right-hand machine and a left-hand machine, just by by doing a mirror object. That would make my life. That would make my life happy, because there's a. Yes, I did, Kestrel. I think it's a fantastic piece of work. The thing is, I don't need everything. I need some things, and so that document, like if I was going to be setting some a build up from scratch, yes, it is much easier to say no, don't want that, no, don't want that, no, don't want that, than to go the other way around. But I'm sort of at the stage where I've got most of that step done. Now it's the oh yeah, also this now because of special circumstances. You dumb container. I suppose that's one way to do it. Okay. S screens will do, I guess. Do I have? Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Damn it. All right. Well, we're just gonna run this one over here. Do that every damn time. You'd think I'd learn. Screen one, screen purple. Okay, cool. Now. um. You know, that's something I've never tested. I wonder. Can I... Will it let me get away with this? Yeah, it will. Okay. Let's play that game. Gee. I've never tested this. This could be fun. Yeah, I have no idea if this is going to work. Like I say, we'll find out. Okay, so the first thing I need to do now is... Where's that? Okay, the hatch is there. So I need to start dragging... Okay, I have... And, okay, outplug is done, so start linking, and away we go. So the first thing I need is aluminum, so yeah. And that one is over here. Yep. And while I'm here, I might as well grab silicon, because I know I use that too. There we go. So now I'm going to tell you that I need doable only, please. Thank you. Pure aluminum. And I need 2,500 maintained. We'll say 2,900 just to get around some lag. And go. Okay. Now, then I'm going to grab this container and plug it into all these machines. Like so. So now I should be able to go over here. Tell this one I need white galv. No, it's galvanized white. Okay, white aluminum. Galvanized white aluminum. There we go. And please make me one batch of that. And you activate. Please make me one batch of that. Okay, rename HC source material. HC output. Whoops. HC output. Okay. And then here, we don't need those machines to do anything, so you are humming away. Yes, you are. And if I turn you on, what do we get? Okay. Okay, we get a script error because two machines don't have jobs. So I'm going to give them jobs they can't do. Okay, we'll try that again. There we go. Okay. It does work. Well, look at that. I didn't expect it to actually be able to read the transfer unit. That's really tidy. Okay. Yep, slugging away. Every once in a while, I put these and the animation doesn't run on them for some reason. If I log out and come back, it'll work. Okay, so how are we doing here? Okay, so in just a second, that's going to kick off. We'll get ourselves our batch of material that we need. Because, oh, it's 2,800 I need. Ooh. That's no good. Okay, well, I mean, I'm set for 29. It'll go. All right. All right. So if you want in on this draw, you have until that clock says 146. I got 20 people hanging out in chat right now. I got 10 names in the draw. So if you want a slice of 5 million, I will be drawing, because it'll be 2 hours, I will be drawing 4 names for just about 5 million apiece. Thank you again to God King Hawk for the generous donation to spread the love around, as he put it. Also, make sure you tell, if you're hanging out and you're chatting with new folks, make sure they realize that the streamers, not just me, but every streamer, is an excellent resource for learning the game, both in terms of little... hang on a second here. Let me... oops, wrong button. There you go. Yeah, thank you very much, Cool Ice Tea. Actually, let me check something real fast. Chatbot. There you go, Kyle. Good job. Okay, cool. We're making we've got our first thing of material going here. I want custom commands. Gosh, the ship show. That I gotta do again. No, do not, anybody. Any regular is allowed to use that command. There. Don't know why I had it mods only. I'm presuming I misclicked. Okay, there we go. So that's fixed. Okay. So hopefully okay, and that's churning away happily, shoveling. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, very cool, Cool Eyes. What kind of artwork did you do? There we go. Cool. Yeah, once I get this PvE budgie done, that's the next thing I gotta do, is I gotta get a bunch of, silver. Okay, that's a weird one. I gotta get a bunch of, E19s built for the ship show. I'm planning on taking the carrier with 6 different E19s on it. And, hopefully someone will be interested. Pyrite. Are you Acanthite? No, you're Garnerite. Where's my Acanthite stash? I know I have some. Chromite. That's Natron. Am I not processing Acanthite? That would be really weird. I'm not processing Acanthite. That's really weird. Okay, well, fine. Yeah, that's sort of the stage I'm at with mine. Battle budgie. Ah, schematics. Okay. Tier 3. Okay, so it's a tier 3 material. So I'm just gonna queue up a couple of 8-hour runs. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And I need some tier 3 out of the other hopper then. And now I can't remember what the hell it is I'm supposed to be. Tier 3 pure material. Thank you. Okay, wow. I'll just take half. There we go. Okay, so now yep, cool. There we go. Alright, and I can turn this off for now. Hang on a sec. Build zone. Yeah, small detection zone. Essentially, if you're, hanging around the front of the machines, go ahead and turn the thing on, right? There we go. Okay, so we got both batches of that done. Okay, and shift click. All right. So you need to move out. Yeah, just like that. And then this one has to move here. Like that, yeah. Go. Okay, now. So what's that? That is 13. So I want to move everything back 14, which is 16, which is 4 meters. Okay. 9. 1. Oops, no. 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to grab this entire bulge and move it back 4. If I can get this to work. Okay. So, cut. I screwed it up. Put it back. Don't be like that. Do not want to have to redo all that. That is one behavior that drives me batty. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that look right? Yep. Right enough. And then I can grab this thing and move it as well. Okay. Question for shipbuilders. Does the shield generator have a cone? In other words, if it's buried in the middle of the ship and cannot see space, does it still bubble? No cone, so you can just bury the thing in the middle of your armor belt and it doesn't care. Okay, cool, thank you. That's what I was hoping you'd say. Like, I mean, obviously there's no graphic representation of a cone, so I didn't expect there to be a cone, but, you know, expectations, reality, they vary. Okay. Yeah, the whole spaced armor thing is really weirding me out. But that's okay. Yeah, we can go with that. Okay. Okay. I may just call this thing the Pug. And then I'm gonna have to move this. Like that. Go and there. Okay. You don't say. I am I have actually suspended some of my chromite and pyrite mining in order to make sure that I had enough calibrations to keep my coal mines running. Yeah, I totally understand. Well, my flight deck on my station is a composite, and one of the layers on the flight deck is plastic. That's 6 L cores in climbing. The entire, so, I don't know if I've gone through a half mil, but non-trivial, we'll say that. Yeah, that's the, it's one of the reasons I stopped using carbon graphite, or carbon fiber rather, is just it takes so goddamn long to make. Okay, Okay, I'm at 40 tons. So it's a half. Okay, so I'm at a half. I'm at 1/3 my weight allocation. I'm at 1/3 weight allocation right now. Okay. Not terrible. So we need to put a slab of space on top of this. I may cheat. No, don't do that, Michelle. Plastic is actually, surprisingly heavy. Yeah, the carbon fibers. If I have a bunch in inventory, I tend to use it. and I like the way it looks. So it's a good like if interior. If I don't know what to do with the interior, can't go wrong with that. Is sort of my theory. Yeah, no, we do this here. Okay. You know, that's really bloody funny in its own way. The big Sakari gold rush and what everyone's currently squabbling over is coal. There. Yep, we'll take it. Decisions, yes. We'll just put up with it. We'll put up with it. Okay, now all these guns, of course, are going to have to be moved. We'll do that here in a moment. Yep, we'll put that there. That'll go there. Okay, that I think I'm just gonna that'll have to be a custom piece. I'm not gonna wait. That's just gonna be more aggravation than it's worth. Let's come over here. Like so. Can't do that. let's take a look at that. And, okay, yeah, I gotta add a little bit more here. Like this. Yeah, like that. That's good. Go. I gotta seal up the front here, but lots of custom impact boxes. And then a screw ton of hatches. Nope, don't do that. Put it behind. If you're taking shots from this angle, the fight is already over. You will not need your radar. Okay. I'll probably cowl that engine. Okay. Now. Okay. Just a couple more minutes here, folks, and then I need to be done. $47 tons. Even with fuel, I'll never reach that, so that tells me I got plenty for armor. Oops. Did I screw that up? The only reason you would put an atmospheric radar is if it's a hybrid, which I'm not so sure is a good use of your money. And yeah, I would recommend one, not hybrid, and therefore, no, don't do that. Yeah, there's actually if you have money, there's a good argument to bring a hybrid into PvE, and it sounds like this. More shit to break that doesn't affect your combat operational capabilities. But that sounds like a really expensive way to get that. You'd probably be better off putting, spending that element money on on Honeycomb. In case you're wondering, I will retexture the whole damn ship once I know it works. You know, smoothing tool, probably just wrap it in a layer of plastic for pure pretty reasons, that kind of stuff. But until I know it works, why would I do that? There we go. Now. Here. Yeah, that just by the time I get armoring up the floor and stuff, I don't think my original design, my original concept's gonna work, but we'll see. Trim this out of here. This is an S-Core. And what Hawk was saying earlier on in the stream was that basically your voxel armor is non-negotiable. You will take so many hits while while venting your shields that if you cannot take the punches, you are done. Now, he did say for the easy missions that essentially you can just sort of overwhelm the problem with just spending a lot of money on your shields. But, you know, I'm also trying to develop, for lack of a better way of putting it, good practices while shipbuilding. So I'm going to build this thing so it will take the punches, whether or not, you know, if the shields go down because I'm a noob, then I've got the spaced armor to take the hits. That's sort of what I'm going for. Didn't even see that. Oh well. Okay. So... Okay, so there's a problem with the belly armor, but that's okay. That is at least a full blast box thick. There, we'll have to see what the underbelly looks like. Can I get away with cutting this thing out? I think I have to. Actually, I think I'm going to leave that piece there, sort of as a post, if, you know, support pillar or something, just for visual. Okay. That's not terrible because there is a full blast box above it, so that's just extra no kill me. I don't mind that. What have we got here? I have a little... Is that a gap? Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bitty gap there. Okay. You know, the ultimate objective here is for me to build myself a, you know, a medium core and, you know, do the bigger stuff, ultimately. So we'll do that. And then what have I got here? That's a weirdo. Do I care? I think I do. I need to close that up. Okay. We can just tuck in like that. I don't need to go wider, so we'll just taper it a bit. And I can saw this off. Okay, and then I need to close that up underneath. That's easy. I'll just close up the stern area here. Kind of excited about the idea of breaking this thing, actually. It'd be interesting to find out how it works. Really don't like that I'm kind of getting shoveled into using cannons. I may switch back to lasers. I don't, amongst other things, I don't know if I have the skills for that. But I may switch it back I may switch the guns to lasers. It's a space game. It offends me to be using kinetic weapons. There we go. Oh, I know. But you know, that's actually... That's a relatively new thing, and I do sort of mean, you know, and I mean that quite literally. There was a long time when, you know, your, Traveler tabletop role-playing games, Star Frontiers, you know, the only place you saw kinetic weapons was in, you know, the anti-personnel role. You know, in you know, space warfare, they were just, no, you just not enough jewels to fools. Too easy to defeat, too easy to evade, there are just so many downsides to kinetic kill weapons. That it was just sort of a non-thing for a very long time. But I agree with you that they have become, for better or for worse, they've become a staple in modern science fiction games. The problem I have with kinetic kill weapons is that they just feel very mundane in all the worst connotations of that. Yeah, but again, like Mass Effect, you know, the main armaments on the... that's actually half a story. So, so, do you know what... Yeah, okay, so that's half a story, Solarpunk Village. So, do you know what a pencil is made out of? Or used to be made out of in the early days of the space race? Okay, carbon and wood. Do you know what else is made out of carbon and wood? Matchsticks. And so the problem with carbon is that if you put it in a high enough oxygen atmosphere, it will begin to chemical react by itself. That is to say, it will begin to burn. Now, oddly enough, after Apollo 1, having a fire in the spaceship didn't seem to make a lot of sense to NASA, which is the reason they went with pens. The Russians basically said, well, our guys aren't gonna be out of their suits that often, so we're okay to use pencils by just keeping a higher CO2 content in the capsule. But what it meant is if the Russian cosmonauts open their helmet, they might get CO2 poisoning. So the American solution was oriented around crew comfort. The Russian solution was oriented around not having to provide crew comfort. Does that change the story much for you? Actually, let's do that right now while you're here. So, we're going to pull 5 names out of 11. This ought to be good. Yoari's got 1. Hawk gets 2. And number 3 is Pez World. Welcome, Pez. Prowler. And Van Herk. There you go. Shout out again to hang on, brain go blinky. Hawk and let's see here. Yeah, Hawk and Honjo. And MNCDK. Hawk, Honjo, MNCDK for donations over the past couple days for make it possible to throw a little bit more money into the giveaways. So let me get those out the door. As always, if you're thinking that maybe the money would be better used given to somebody else, then I'm not going to argue with you. Go ahead and give it to somebody else. Just don't give it back to me. Let's see here. So that's Hawk is next. There we go. Pezwold. I read that 3 times in a row as Pez World, and I was thinking I had to go check out your base. All of the multicolored dispensers. It was going to be awesome. Kind of disappointed. How would you build a Pez dispenser in this game? I have to think about that now. Let's see here. And Prowler. There we go. Driving myself nuts. Not that it's a far drive some days, admittedly. Alright, and then last but certainly not least is Van Herk. Yeah, all the E19s. It's going to be, speaking of plastic, good grief. It's going to be a lot of plastic I'm going to have to make in the next week or so. I'm glad to hear that, Solarpunk. I am very glad to hear that. Alright, there we go. So, I'm sitting at 50 tons, so I'm just about half allocation, and I got half an enclosure. That's pretty promising, I think. Yeah, I think I wind up having to go with, oh, there's a gap there, too. let's move this. There. Let's move you here. I don't even like the way the PvP weapons look in this game. I think it's the worst part about it. Alright, and mark is complete. Alright. I want to get that last hole closed up, and then we're done. Is anybody else streaming DU right now? Can someone else take a quick peek and let me know? Yeah, the railguns look pretty awesome. The problem is the ranges are bad from them. Oh, really? Okay. I know the the only ray gun looking one is the Stasis. The only thing that looks like a real ray gun is the Stasis weapons. They kind of look cool. They just don't do a lot of damage. They freeze things in place, but they don't do a lot of damage. I'll put that here. And I guess... I think... Nope, missed a spot there. That's easy. There. I think that'll do it. Then just gotta clean up the inside before I dupe it. Well, other than that hole that goes straight from the bottom of the ship to the top, yeah, it looks like it's pretty much done. What is that location? Is that a copy? No, that's, yeah, okay. 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 Behold the turtle. The Doom Turtle! There we go. That's what we'll call this thing. We'll call it the Doom Turtle. If you're a World of Tanks player, you'll immediately appreciate that. If you're not, just trust me when I tell you it's funny. Damn it. Okay. So yeah, should be okay. Like I say, I need to clean the interior up now so I can actually move around, then I can duplicate it. Hey there, welcome! You're just in time for me to pack up the stream, unfortunately. We're just about to raid out. I have got a pile of errands I need to do, and I've been procrastinating because I've been having so much fun with the stream and with the shipbuilding. But, yeah, behold the Doom Turtle. So that is two layers of... So it's an outer layer of Inconel, 50 centimeters thick, a 1 meter spacing, and then a layer of aluminum and a layer of carbon graphite for the interior armor belt. That is going to be... I'm hoping the correct answer is tanky. Alright, so... let's see here if there's anybody else who's doing the thing. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate you hanging out today. Absolutely. I'm happy to keep replacing large screens just to have that written on it. Let's see here. It's starting out as a PvE training vessel. So after some conversation with Hawk today, his recommendation was the best way to learn PvP is to start out in PvE. It will teach you the basics, and you're not going to lose the whole show, right? You may take a kicking, but you're not going to lose the whole show. And that once you've learned the basics in PvE, then you can then translate that out, and when you get into your first real fight, then you're not fumbling. The excitement isn't overrunning you, all that other good stuff. So that is the hope. We will see what actually comes of it. All right. Not seeing anybody I follow. Dual universe. Okay. I can't raid me. Bombadil. Okay. So Bombadil is streaming right now. So we'll raid over them. They are a French channel, but hopefully they'll be able to, a little bit of Google Translate goes a whole lot of way. As a very minimum, do say hi. And I will see you all again soon. I expect my next stream will be Thursday morning. My schedule's a little bit off this week just because of real life. But yeah, so now I should be back Thursday morning with the idea of getting this ship finished and taking it out and breaking it and seeing how it goes. So that is the hope. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate your time. If you're catching this later on the VOD, thank you as well. It's amazing how many views I get as VOD content. And you can also find this posted on YouTube in 2 to 3 days. So yeah, take care of yourselves. Have fun with whatever games you're playing, and we'll see you out there in the universe. And over to Bombadil. Let's get that raid thing going. Alrighty, here we go. Raiden. And ladies and gentlemen, non-binary finery, that's it. I'm out. Talk to y'all later.